Let's get peppy. Welcome to PEP 212. This is PEP All Planet Extra podcast. I am a host of Planet America and ABC Australia, but this is not an official podcast of the ABCs. Repeat, not an official podcast for at least another week. But on PEP, we do cover all the stuff that's too nerdy for TV. If you're listening, you can find us on YouTube at the PEP with Chaz and Dr. Dave channel, and you can also see highlights on the PEP Clips YouTube channel. You'll also find timestamps and show notes in our blurbs, and if you leave a comment under our current episode video, we are likely to see it. You can also tweet us or blue sky us at PEPCHASDRDAVE. That's PEP Chaz Dr. Dave. If you want to chat to some fellow peppers, you can join our Discord server. It's on the screen now or in the blurb of the podcast. But if you want to contact me or Lockie the Lackey privately, why not email us? The address is producer@pepthepodcast.com. That address again is producer@pepthepodcast.com. But let's now turn to the man who will never raise the stakes on inconsequential views. I'm talking about Dr. Pepper himself, Dr. David Smith.
That's right. I am Dr. David Smith. I'm very proud to be a podcast co-host with the one man in the world who can make emailing sound alluring. I am an associate professor at the US Studies Centre at the University of Sydney, but I do not speak for either of those institutions. And as I clarified last week, I don't even speak for the building that houses the US Studies Centre. We're having repairs on our roof at the moment, and the good news is no asbestos.
That is good news.
Because the building is far too old to have asbestos. So no waterproofing either, but no asbestos. That's the important thing.
And you can't tell us how the building feels about these improvements.
No, I cannot.
Fair enough. Thank you, Dr. Dave. For those wondering when exactly this is going to become an official podcast of the ABC, if ever, I think I told you that the 15th of May was the pivot date. Well, we're recording this on the 15th of May, and we have a really, really shitty room that we are going to try and turn into a studio. So however long that takes, I don't think it's going to take very long because it's a very small room. That is when we will hopefully get the next version of the podcast going. Dave, what are you grateful for?
I am grateful for Major League Baseball fully embracing the farcical nature of its own history. So
Go on.
This week, Rob Manfred, who's the commissioner of Major League Baseball, announced that several high-profile people from baseball history who had been ineligible for the Hall of Fame due to gambling scandals would now be eligible. And the most notable ones were Pete Rose, who holds many records, played for a very long time in the 60s, from the 60s to the 80s, mostly with the Cincinnati Reds, and also the entire 1919 Chicago White Sox, known as the Black Sox because of the fact that they took money in order to throw the World Series, and particularly Shoeless Joe Jackson is going to be eligible for the Hall of Fame. Now, am I grateful for the fact that these idiots are now eligible for the Hall of Fame? No, that's not what I'm grateful for. I'm just grateful for the complete cynicism of it, right? So this is all entirely political. Pete Rose, good friend of Donald Trump. And Donald Trump's been making noises about this recently. And Manfred decided that it was time to cave. But that's not the beautiful thing about the timing. The beautiful thing about the timing is that he exonerates the entire Chicago White Sox scandal team right at the moment that the Vatican elects the world's first ever Chicago White Sox fan as its pope. Now, you cannot get much better pandering than that. I take my hat off to Rob Manfred. I also take my hat off to the fact that by waiting until Pete Rose is dead, he died last year, that's kind of a cold act of trolling. Because he spent the last few years of his life running this campaign to get reinstated into the Hall of Fame. And what I have against him, it's not so much the gambling, it's the fact that he was a complete dick.
So he was in the Hall of Fame and they chucked him out.
No, he wasn't in the Hall of Fame.
You said reinstated.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
His eligibility was instated,
Gotcha.
not
Yeah,
reinstated.
yeah,
Yeah,
gotcha,
sorry,
yeah,
slip of the tongue there.
Right,
So there was a documentary made about him a couple of years ago called Charlie Hustle and the Case of Pete Rose. Pete Rose would have come across as a far more sympathetic figure if they hadn't interviewed him for that documentary. It's not the gambling, it's the bullshit self-mythologizing. So his whole thing was he wasn't as physically talented as a lot of other players. He admitted that, but he just worked harder.
It was all heart.
He was all heart and grit. And his nickname was Charlie Hustle. And he said, that was a respectful nickname from my opponents. No, it wasn't. Apparently this originated in a spring training game when someone from the Yankees hit the ball about 50 feet over the wall. But he sort of made a futile attempt to climb the wall and like grab at it just to show that he was still hustling. And so the Yankees were like, look at Charlie Hustle over there. That's where his nickname came from.
I see.
But of course, a lot of people just lap this bullshit up. Like, and it wasn't like he was some fucking weakling. If you ever see photos of the guy, like, no, he was a very physically well-endowed athlete. But yeah, he had this whole thing about he just deserved it more than anyone else. He wanted it more than anyone else. His own teammates could not stand him. So Johnny Bench, who was hardly like a pinnacle of great character, his ex-wife once described him as a great athlete and bad at everything else. Like, he just visibly could not stand Pete Rose. And you know what? I'm on team Bench for this one. And Bench actually is in the Hall of Fame, which is where he deserves to be. So having said all this, I'm not entirely sure what it is I'm grateful for out of all of this.
I don't know.
But just the farcical nature of reality.
Sure. So when you're saying that it's all a bit political, you mentioned the Pete Rose Trump connection. Is there a Shoeless Joe Pope connection? Well, so I like the idea. I like the sound of Shoeless Joe, whoever the hell that is.
Yeah.
Being entered into a Hall of Fame. At the very least, hopefully the hall has carpets. He's got no shoes. So I'm not even going to ask why Shoeless Joe was called Shoeless Joe.
It was from rural Georgia, I think.
Yeah.
And anyway.
Okay. Well, I'm grateful for a rare bit of bipartisanship in Congress at the moment in a positive way. I'm not into bipartisanship for the sake of bipartisanship.
Yep.
I'm into bipartisanship that actually makes things better.
I think I can guess what you're getting at here.
Can you?
Library of Congress.
No.
Oh.
No. Maybe that's next week.
Okay.
No, what I'm grateful for is the CBO.
Oh, okay, yes.
The Congressional Budget Office. It was the CBO put out. Let's start at the beginning. The CBO was created in 1974. It's quite recent, actually. It's a sort of post-Watergate-y kind of reform.
Yep.
The idea was to give Congress its own OMB. That's the President's Office of Management and Budget. They're the financial boffins.
Yep.
And they've only had 10 directors. They are quite new. But the directors have been largely pretty respected across the board, like whether they're conservative or whether they're liberal. Generally, they've been real economists who people have been. They've never been criticised for being hacks.
Yeah.
CBO, and until now, they've been largely trusted, and that's a very rare commodity in Washington these days.
Yes,
trusted by both sides. Now, the current director is a guy called Philip Swagel. He was appointed in 2019. By when the Democrats were in the House and the Republicans were in the Senate. So they wanted to have someone who was bipartisan. He came from a conservative think tank, but he's kind of like a Jessica Riedel kind of person, where from a conservative think tank, but both sides would go, they're using real numbers here.
By the way, we are the only podcast where we will use the term a Jessica Riedel type of person.
Yes.
Just want to point that out.
Doesn't everyone know what a Jessica Riedel type person is?
You're such a Jessica Riedel.
Very commonly used adjective in my neck of the woods.
Yeah.
Anyway, so he's appointed in 2019, but there was trouble in paradise pretty soon because in 2021, when the Democrats took over and they had some big plans, he basically just slashed and burned their big plans with his estimates of what those big plans were going to cost. And he said a lot. As it turned out, he was right. Like basically everything that he predicted, it cost more. But at the time, the Democrats weren't very happy about this. Now, they could have chucked a stink, as often happens in Washington. They could have ignored them. They could have overruled them. They could have whatever. But they didn't. They took it.
Okay.
Which was welcome at the time. then, in fact, in 2023, they supported him being reappointed for another 4 years. Now, we get to 2025, and what's happened? He's just ruled on the current Republican tax cut bill.
Right.
And as part of ruling that, he has ruled that 8.6 million people will become uninsured under their Medicaid cuts of $715 billion.
Yes.
And I am going to talk a little bit more about those in the updates at the end of the pod after Dave's gone. But suffice to say, Republicans aren't very happy with that number because they are going to get slayed by that number.
They really are.
Now, at this point in time, especially in Trump world, it'd be very tempting for them to declare war on the ref and go, well, he's wrong. This is all rigged, liberal conspiracy. They're not. They're taking it. And they're trying to work with it. They're trying to get by. We'll see how long that stays. Not even Trump has said a word. But I think that maybe he isn't even aware of it. I don't know.
This is arguably because they have in record time reached the lol nothing matters stage.
It could well be the case. But my point is that we now have both sides having been handed a shit sandwich from a respectable CBO director and both of them taking it.
Right.
And that is so rare in Washington. And I'm grateful for that. I really hope if something isn't going to get infected by the bullshit that is this political era, it's good that it's a CBO because that's a very important position.
Yep.
So once a CBO becomes Hacksville, you got no idea what legislation is really worth or not. So I am grateful that so far the integrity is remaining and being respected by both parties.
Very true. I respect that. I dare say that's better than my grateful.
I bet there's a lot of people that preferred your grateful to mine.
Shula's Joe, for one.
Yes. Anyway. Okay, let's go through a couple of quick updates.
Yes.
A few Dave-relevant updates. First of all, I know, I certainly have nothing to add to this, but I know you have an update on Auspol, Dave.
Yes, and that's because some of the seat counts have turned out to be incredibly close. I don't know if we're going to get anything as close as those amazing Canadian results, but some of them are running very, very close, which means the seat of Bradfield, at the time that we are pepping right now, seat of Bradfield is still not decided. There are 70 votes in the seat of Bradfield.
That's pretty close.
Yeah, so Giselle Kaptarian, who's the Liberal, leads by 70, but the remaining votes which are various pre-polls and declarations, are pretty unpredictable. If the Liberals win Bradfield, that will give them 5 seats in Sydney, which is as many as all their seats in all the other capital cities combined. 2 in Melbourne, 2 in Brisbane, 1 in Perth, none in Adelaide, Canberra, Hobart or Darwin. Ryan, which was declared for Labor quite a while ago, that was actually won by the Greens. So the Greens did not get wiped out in the lower house. They held on to 1 seat, which I think is a deserved result given that they only lost half a percentage of their primary vote.
Is that it for them, the 1 seat?
Yeah, that's it. That's it for them, which, I mean, that's sort of normal for them in recent years. The 4 seats that they picked up in 2022 were quite unusual. So they'll be looking to rebuild and potentially get more lower houses.
So does that mean the leader of the Greens is now the Greens candidate for Ryan?
No, it does not.
It does not?
No. Even though Adam Bant was the leader of the Greens from the lower house, no, the Greens are deciding on...
It's Larissa Waters.
Oh, it has been... It's Larissa Waters. Okay, yeah. Okay. So, no, it's a senator is their lead. Well, since, they're not... There's not going to be a Prime Minister Green, so that makes...
fair enough. Yeah.
That makes sense. So those are the 2 main updates from Auspol. Labor is either going to end up on 93 or 94 seats, depending on how the hilarious seat of Cornwall goes, which, because no one got more than 31% of the primary vote, and then there's a bunch of others on fairly similar low tens votes, it's wreaking havoc on the whole preference system. Yes.
Well, that was a relatively painless update. Thank you, Dave. I was nervous. Just saw Auspol written in the rundown. I thought, uh-oh.
Don't worry. I'm not going to ask you any questions about the election you voted in.
Yeah, the election I voted in. Yeah, let's just say that.
You were actually pretty well informed before the 2022 election. I remember listening to an episode of the Chaser Report. You were...
It was all bluff. It
was
all bluff.
Yeah, I know.
I had a lot of practice of bluffing through Australian elections.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we just had the update for you. Now we've got the update for me, which is going to be longer and a lot more fun because it involves stings.
The Eagle's Nest.
The sting lives. It lives. We were so worried last week we'd have to retire that sting, but Eagle Ed Martin Jr. lives to fight another day. He did lose his original job of the acting U.S. attorney for D.C., but then Trump immediately gave Eagle Ed Martin Jr. a new job after he proved utterly unconfirmable. It had to be a job which had nothing to do with Senate confirmations, of course. In fact, he gave Ed Martin 3 new jobs.
3.
He was confirmed the way you're meant to be confirmed. Forget the Senate. You're meant to be confirmed with a tweet.
A truth, Chaz.
A truth. This is the truth. Ed Martin has done an amazing job as interim U.S. attorney and will be moving to the Department of Justice as the new director of the Weaponization Working Group, Associate Deputy Attorney General, and Pardon Attorney. In these highly important roles, Ed will make sure we finally investigate the weaponization of our government under the Biden regime and provide much-needed justice for its victims. Congratulations, Ed.
Congratulations. Has anybody ever heard of a working group having a director before?
It wasn't needed before.
A director, that usually sounds like someone who directs an organization or an institution.
Yeah, I think of the director of the weaponization working group as more like a funeral director. But anyway, also we should recall the pardon attorney. Don't sleep on the pardon attorney. You know what that's referring to? That was I'm sure you remember, the pardon attorney was the lady who refused to restore Mel Gibson's gun rights.
Oh, right.
Because he's obviously a danger to both society and his domestic partner. So they fired her, and now they've replaced her with Ed Martin. Ed Martin, I got to say,
will personally deliver Mel Gibson's guns to him.
Probably between his teeth.
Yes. Yeah.
Ed is, I got to say, full marks to Trump on these appointments. Ed Martin is absolutely the perfect person to be the director of the Weaponization Working Group. Because number one, no one knows more about weaponization than Ed. And number two, just in case anyone could be led down the garden path and slightly confused and mistake the weaponization working group with something that should be taken seriously, appointing Ed Martin as the director.
That's pretty good.
That sorts everyone out. That's like a big flashing sign. You can just walk away. So that's good. For his part, Ed Martin replied to his appointments with a single 2-word tweet. No.
Eagle on me.
That's great, Lucky. I thought Lucky made a mistake. I was going, no, Lucky, this is a tweet. And look, Lucky put this together. That's brilliant. Is that AI?
That's me.
That's you. That's your voice. Incredible.
One of the things I love about this tweet is, so it's got a full stop.
Yes.
Like that is just an active rebuke to Twitter protocol, which, pretty much abolished the full stop.
Yeah, well, Ed rolls his own way.
It is.
He's unleashed, Dave.
It's lowercase except with both Eagle, the E and the U.
Yes.
In uppercase, so that doesn't entirely make sense.
Yep.
I just love it. It's unique. 1.2 million views. That's how you get there.
That's what the people want. That's what the people demand. Eagle unleashed. See what I like best about this tweet.
Yeah.
Is the idea that Eagle Ed Martin Jr. was ever leashed. That's what I like. This is a guy who, as U.S. attorney for D.C.,
yeah,
rather than arresting criminals in DC, he was writing threatening letters to the New England Journal of Medicine, the Journal for the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, and also Chest Magazine, which has been published by the American College of Chest Physicians. Because he felt their research techniques may be too woke and biased. That apparently is leashed. He's now unleashed.
I also just love the idea of like putting a leash on an eagle.
It's a funny image, isn't it?
Great image.
That's great. Anyway, so we'll come back to him, I'm sure. He's not gone. The sting is not gone. But nevertheless, I did last week say I was concerned about the fact that we were saying goodbye to my favourite sting, and I was saying we might need a replacement sting for Ed,
right?
Because he has been replaced by. Might as well just announce it. In Ed's place, you already know this, undoubtedly, Peppers, that the new interim U.S. Attorney for DC is Judge Jeanine Pirro from Fox News, and now the Sting King Dan has put together a sting for her as well.
Jeanine Pirro's nest.
Let's move on to the judge.
That's an interesting ending. I am looking forward very much to playing both of them in many episodes to come. But anyway, so that,
and you're getting the whole thing.
You certainly are. Judge Jeanine's nest. Now, for those who don't know who Judge Jeanine Pirro is, this will give you a flavour of hers from 2018.
We care about food on the table, paying the rent, the mortgage, paying for kids' clothing for school. But no, they want to talk about whores and porn stars, or about a lawyer who they're squeezing so tight he'll confess to sinking the Titanic. And yet, despite a media focused on a whack-a-mole Trump-Russia collusion nonsense and the haters continuing to hate, the outsider president has thundered forward with his America First agenda. And with a kryptonite-proof aura of invincibility, the 45th outsider president, often working without the support of his own party, has produced a GDP that no one thought possible, 4.1%, and we are on track to hit the highest average growth rate in over 13 years.
Yeah. She's kind of like the North Korea propaganda lady, but somehow she's always angry. Even when she's delivering news she should be happy about.
Yeah.
She's always furious. Even though she sounds a bit like a joke, Judge Jeanine, she's actually qualified for the role, unlike Eagle Ed Martin Jr. She was a district attorney for Westchester County, New York, about 20 years ago. Also, she was a county judge, hence Judge Jeanine.
Judge, yep.
That's right. So that's qualified. That is qualified to be the U.S. attorney in D.C. Or, as Lindsey Graham puts it, grand slam, home run, hat-trick pick. She's exactly the right person at the right time to take on this responsibility. She brings to the table wide and deep legal experience combined with a passion for justice and a determination to protect law-abiding citizens from criminal predators. This is exactly what's needed to clean up DC. It's not like she's without flaw, though. Firstly, Judge Jeanine hasn't held a legal job for 20 years. Secondly, as a non-partisan official, she has some question marks. I mean, she did spend about 5 years on air calling Democrats demon rats. And in her book, she called...
She's got a book. Of course she does. Sorry.
She's a Fox News host.
Yes.
Of course she's got a book.
Yeah.
In her book, it's a little bit different to the books on our book list, but in her book, she called Trump, quote, a non-stop, never give up, no holds barred human version of the speed of light, whatever that means. I think that's good. Thirdly, she is...
Sounds like the title of an S Club 7 song.
That's the one I wouldn't like to hear. Thirdly, she is, shall we say, a controversial figure. She has spoken on stage at a campaign rally for Trump. seemingly violating Fox News policy. Fox actually pulled her off air in twice.
Hasn't Sean Hannity done that?
Yes. Yeah, but he's big and she's not. Okay. She's been pulled off air twice by Fox. How badly do you have to go to get pulled off air twice by Fox? Once in late 2020 because I was so worried about the election conspiracy theories that she was spreading. And remember, they got done after that for what they left on air. So just imagine what they took off air.
Yeah.
And also, she was suspended by Fox for making these comments about Democratic Representative Ilhan Omar.
This is not who your party is. Your party is not anti-Israel. She is. Think about this. She's not getting this anti-Israel sentiment doctrine from the Democrat Party. So if it's not rooted in the party, where is she getting it from? Think about it. Omar wears a hijab, which according to the Quran 33:59 tells women to cover so they won't get molested. Is her adherence to this Islamic doctrine indicative of her adherence to Sharia law, which in itself is antithetical to the United States Constitution?
So if you're wondering what it takes to get thrown off Fox News, you just heard it. That's Judge Jeanine.
Amazing.
And fourthly, she has serious conflicts of interest. Like, for instance, how Trump pardoned her husband in 2021 from conspiracy and tax evasion charges. By the way, conspiracy and tax evasion charges for fraudulent tax returns that she co-signed when she was DA. Let's just leave that by the side, though. Now, none of that, though, is my actual issue with this appointment. Before I tell you what my actual issue is, do you have any thoughts about Judge Jeanine you'd like to share, Dave?
No, I don't.
Okay. I'm amazed anyone could be neutral to Judge Jeanine.
No, she's just one of these people who I just find it healthier not to think about her at all.
Fair enough. Or as Judge Jeanine would say, fair enough. She's always so angry. No, okay, I'll tell you my actual issue. You get pars and duds sometimes with appointments, okay? That's just America. And she's still, despite everything I've just told you, a huge upgrade on Eagle Head. She really is. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a victory. My issue, though, is that this could well be an illegal appointment and what the ramifications of that are. And let me tell you what I'm talking about. Trump just keeps finding ways to undermine the law. The guy is relentless. Like he's like a heat-seeking missile for breaking the law. Well, he's finding areas where there is no law, where you just no one knows whether it's the law or not. That's this area here. It's not definitely illegal, but it's definitely not definitely legal either. Let's go to the law on interim U.S. attorney appointments. Section 546C says, a person appointed as United States Attorney under this section may serve until the earlier of, 1, the qualification of a United States Attorney for such district appointed by the President, so confirmation, or 2, the expiration of 120 days after appointment by the Attorney General under this section. So, normally you'd interpret that as saying if the President does not have an appointment confirmed within 120 days, then the interim can no longer fill the role.
Right.
We then move on to the next part of the process. I can tell you the law says when the interim appointee's term expires, the courts get to appoint another interim U.S. attorney in its place. The courts get to appoint it, not the president.
Yep.
Okay. That's at least how that section's been interpreted until now. And by the way, if Trump doesn't like the court's appointment, he can fire them. So that is the option for Trump. The court can appoint someone after 120 days.
Yep.
Then Trump, if they don't like him, he can sack him.
Okay.
And then he can appoint his own replacement acting U.S. attorney under the Vacancies Reform Act. That is Trump's prerogative. But you might recall from Trump's first term, there's all these restrictions on acting positions appointed under the Vacancies Reform Act.
Right.
Like, for instance, they need to have either being confirmed to another position in the administration already, or they need to be a senior official in the relevant department for at least 90 days.
Right.
In other words, you can't appoint Judge Jeanine for that role as an acting U.S. attorney. You could appoint Marco Rubio because he's filling every role in the administration at the moment. But no, you couldn't appoint Judge Jeanine. Okay, those are the options ahead of Trump as far as orthodox law goes.
Yep.
He has chosen option C, which is neither of them. He has interpreted the 128-day limit of an interim appointment as not being the limit for the vacancy so much as the limit for the individual. So what I mean by that is he thinks he can...
He says he thinks.
Yeah, sure.
This is the argument his lawyers are going to use.
Yes,
they know it's
yes,
bullshit.
yeah.
Yeah.
His lawyers are saying that he can keep getting people to resign after 119 days so that their terms never officially expire and the courts never have the chance to replace those interim appointments. Instead, he can replace them with a new interim appointment over and over again. Now, if that's the case, we need never have Senate confirmations for any role ever again. Trump can just keep rotating new hacks in every 3 months, anyone he likes. Presumably that's
And
not...
there is, what we've learned is there is an inexhaustible supply.
Absolutely.
Like, you're going to get into depths of the barrel that you never knew existed. You're going to get into sub-barrels of sub-barrels where, you know, the things that live there are a bit like the fish that you find at the bottom of the Mariana Trench. But nonetheless... Yeah. He's going to keep dredging them up and putting them in interim appointments.
Yeah, it is an inexhaustible list. You're right. And then to follow vaguely the fish analogy, it's a fishes and loaves situation where, except in this case, you're dealing with dead fish heads that are stinky and mangled and awful. He can just keep on producing more and more and more. Now, presumably that's not what the Constitution envisaged for the president.
Oh, really? You don't think
for the president to completely
that that's what the framers of the Constitution were thinking of?
Presumably the founding fathers weren't imagining a never-ending usurpation of the Senate's role to advise and consent to appointments. But can he get away with it? Is Trump correct legally? Like, will the Supreme Court let him get away with it? Maybe they might. We don't know. There is no actual precedent on the books here. This is new. There was a district court judge in Massachusetts in a 1987 opinion. That's how far you have to go back. Who said, quote, although the drafters appeared to envisage that district court would act at the expiration of an interim appointment, it is not clear from this court's reading of the statute that the Attorney General himself would be foreclosed from making a second interim appointment. So back in 1987, this district court judge said, maybe. Apparently, according to the Congressional Research Service, there have been successive interim appointments several times in history, but which weren't challenged. On the other hand, though, the Office of Legal Counsel back in 1986 offered an opinion about this in a footnote. It wasn't a full opinion. It was just in a footnote. Saying the Attorney General may not make successive interim appointments. Now, you might wonder, why do we care what a footnote from the OLC says? The reason is the guy who wrote that footnote in the OLC opinion was a fellow by the name of Sam Alito.
Ah!
So Trump might get away with it. He might not.
And you know what? I don't think that's the last time this episode that we are going to use the words of a Supreme Court justice from their pre-Supreme Court justice days against something that Trump wants to do.
You're right. We
Yes.
may be referring to another one down
Bit
the
of
track.
foreshadowing.
I think we're talking about the same thing there too. We should note, though, it is a risky move from Trump because someone's going to challenge this appointment. And if they are successful, then any prosecution that Pirro undertakes could be voided because she wasn't lawfully appointed. This is exactly what happened in Trump's first term when he unlawfully appointed Ken Cuccinelli with equally creative grounds.
Wow.
And it didn't pan out for him when he appointed him to the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services and it nullified everything he did when he was there. So anyway, so these are high stakes. But I can't help thinking that what's going on here is that Trump is doing this not because he loves Judge Jeanine. even though we do all love Judge Janine. Should I play a sting again?
Yeah.
But because he's just trying to test out this theory. Because if he has successfully hacked Senate confirmations, then we'll never see another one. No, it's not from Trump. It'll just be the parade of hacks from now on, which obviously would be a terrible outcome. So let's see just how bad shape we're in.
Okay.
Over the next few months.
Can't wait.
Okay, well, let's start with the content. Now, this area here, I have very little to say about. I'm talking about the Saudi tour. But apparently you got a bit to say. So why don't you tell us about the Saudi tour?
Yeah, so this is a pretty fresh one. It was on Wednesday that Trump began his tour of the Middle East, beginning in Saudi Arabia. Yeah. And he gave quite a notable speech at an investors conference. Now, I think it already says a lot about how far we have come into Trump world that a major foreign policy speech is being delivered at an investors conference. Yes. And when I say major foreign policy speech, I mean it's one of these Trump speeches where you have no idea of how much in it is actually real or has any official status or whether it was stuff that he was making up on the spot. But nonetheless, he said some pretty notable things, some of which actually have real consequences. So he announced that he was lifting sanctions on Syria in this speech. This, by the way, is a move that I agree with.
Yep.
Sanctions on Syria had been in place since the Assad regime. They'd been kept in place because of uncertainty about the regime's new rulers, some of which do come from somewhat dubious backgrounds, but it's probably as good as you're going to get in Syria. And by keeping sanctions on, you just would have been punishing the Syrian people more and more, potentially alienating allies. So I think that lifting sanctions is a good move.
Let's hear Trump say this.
And I'm very pleased to announce that Secretary Marco Rubio will be meeting with the new Syrian foreign minister in Turkey later this week. And very importantly, after discussing the situation in Syria with the Crown Prince, your Crown Prince, and also with President Erdogan of Turkey, who called me the other day and asked for a very similar thing, among others, and friends of mine, people that I have a lot of respect for in the Middle East. I will be ordering the cessation of sanctions against Syria in order to give them a chance at greatness.
Yeah, so we like this move, Dave?
Yeah,
I know nothing about it.
We like it, even though he said pretty explicitly that he's done it at the behest of the Saudi royal family of MBS.
Do you think that this is a tactical move, or do you think this is related to the fact that Syria said that they were happy to have a Trump Tower Damascus? Because they did.
Look, that might have been part of it. I've been trying to be less cynical about this. I think it is mainly about building the relationship with Saudi Arabia. But yeah, Trump Tower Damascus would not have hurt. Yeah. I'm sure. Okay, so that was the first big thing. The second big thing was this is something else that is actually potentially consequential. Is that he was making olive branch-like noises towards Iran. Okay, and he said, with reference to Iran, that I can't remember what the exact turn of phrase was, but something about the United States not needing to have permanent enemies. Now, this, once again, something I completely agree with. There is no reason why any two countries should be permanent enemies. Like, if France and Germany can manage not to be enemies, if Japan and South Korea can manage not to be enemies, if India and Pakistan... Sorry, this takes a few days old. There's no reason why any two countries should be permanent enemies. They might not like each other, but it doesn't mean that they have to be enemies. And so he was still kind of making threats towards Iran as well, but he was hinting pretty strongly that he wanted to deal with Iran. So that's not the problem that I have with this. I agree with the sentiment. The problem I have with this is that the only person that Trump is refuting here is himself. He is the one who tore up the Iran nuclear deal. Yes. Right? I remember at the end of the Obama administration, what I thought was a rather overblown article written in The Nation claiming that Trump was America's greatest foreign policy thinker in 100 years because of the fact that he had negotiated with traditional enemies. He'd negotiated with Cuba, he'd negotiated with Iran, and he'd negotiated with Myanmar. So I'm glad now that Trump is actually taking a leaf out of Obama's book in this respect. But it was Trump who completely trashed the Iran nuclear deal in the first place for no reason really other than, first of all, that Obama had done it, and second, because the anti-Iranian kind of sentiment in the Republican Party was so strong and he was prepared to go along with it. So it now looks like he's probably going to end up with a nuclear deal with Iran because he seems to have brushed aside the Israeli fantasy of bombing Iran's facilities. He's probably going to end up with a deal that was very similar to the one that he sabotaged 9 years ago. But anyway, good. I'm glad that he's actually moving in that direction. And I completely agree. No permanent enemies. The third thing was he went on this anti-interventionist riff, which was clearly not written by him. Okay, this was because it was not exactly using Trump vocabulary. There are some telltale signs in that. It was written by someone from the anti-interventionist wing of the Republican Party, someone from the antiwar.com crowd who still holds out this futile hope that Trump is actually the second coming of Ron Paul. So he was condemning American interventionism on the part of his predecessors, saying quite correctly that these so-called nation builders destroyed more societies than they ever built, and they were intervening in complex societies that they didn't understand. Like, yeah, that's all. That is all correct. But it's interesting when he is making these statements, which got thunderous applause in Saudi Arabia. What the Saudis are thinking of there is it's not the Iraq war, it's not the Afghanistan war, it's not the decades of meddling in the Middle East before that. It's Joe Biden getting upset about the Saudis for butchering an American journalist. That's what they're upset about, and that's why they're happy that Trump isn't doing this interventionism stuff anymore. But consider the meaning of the word intervention, Chaz.
Yes.
Would you consider a $142 billion weapons deal a form of intervention, maybe?
I would. That's a lot of weapons.
Would you consider tens of billions of dollars in military aid to Egypt every year in order to fight the Muslim Brotherhood and other internal enemies? Would you consider that a form of intervention?
If I was on the wrong side of those weapons, yes, absolutely I would.
Would you consider shipping weapons to Israel while Israel is at war with its own occupied territories as a form of intervention?
I would.
I would say that Trump is not actually an anti-interventionist when it comes to the Middle East. What he actually is an interventionist on fairly classical American lines, which is he's an interventionist to prop up the regimes that are sufficiently pro-American. Okay, that policy doesn't change at all. With one interesting quirk, which is that Trump is far more favorable to Qatar, I think, than previous US presidents, including the Trump 1 presidency. Trump, yes, he handed out largesse to all kinds of Middle Eastern monarchies, but not Qatar, right? Qatar's in a bit of a different situation.
Sure is.
Because it funds populist movements all over the Middle East that actually are opposed to the kinds of pliant monarchies that Trump and the Americans traditionally like, because it's got ties with Iran, because it's got good old Al Jazeera, which Republicans spent years denouncing as an active combatant in the Iraq war and suggested that Al Jazeera headquarters should be bombed, among other things. Yeah, so basically anyone who's been opposed to the United States in the Middle East at some point probably had some kind of contact with Qatar over the years.
We are about to talk about Qatar.
Yeah, we're about to talk about Qatar more. But anyway, for reasons we will get into,
Yes.
Trump's a lot friendlier to Qatar than he used to be. This is actually a little bit of a break with traditional US foreign policy because Qatar was sort of considered the bad monarchy.
Yeah. I was just going to ask you, before you go on, you mentioned Israel a couple of times. And yeah, if you were a massive Israeli fan, you'll be forgiven for wondering what the hell is going on.
Well, yes, this is the other interesting thing about this. One reading of all this is Trump is finally sick of Netanyahu's bullshit.
Yes.
Like a man with one of the highest bullshit tolerances in the world has finally had enough of Netanyahu.
Yeah. 'Cause
yeah.
you mentioned Syria.
Yes.
You mentioned Iran.
Yes. Trump waving off like, no, we are not going to help you bomb Iran's nuclear facilities.
There's also the Houthis.
Yes.
Of Trump creating a ceasefire with the Houthis behind Israel's back.
Exactly.
And saying, I don't even give a shit what you do with Israel.
Yeah. That is only a ceasefire on American shipping on the Red Sea. That is not a ceasefire on Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also America negotiating with Hamas behind Netanyahu's back for a hostage release as well.
Yep. And he's not even visiting Israel on this trip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting situation.
Yeah. Now, this doesn't break the fundamental relationship between the United States and Israel, not by any means, but I think it does represent a breakdown in the relationship between Trump and Netanyahu. That's a relationship that has broken down before, specifically after Joe Biden became president and Netanyahu was the first leader in the world to congratulate him. Donald Trump got very candid with journalists, especially Israeli journalists, about what he thought of Netanyahu, including saying that guy was never interested in peace. He never wanted it. Trump actually thought, according to these interviews, that Mahmoud Abbas was more interested in the peace process than Benjamin Netanyahu, which was probably correct.
Probably is.
Yeah. So even though he appeared to be giving Netanyahu pretty much everything he wanted for a few months, I think he's just sick of him.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Bibi. You have finally... You finally made the last person in the world who wasn't sick of your bullshit sick of your bullshit.
It's a weird situation because I think there's no doubt, at the moment at least, that Biden was more positive towards Netanyahu than Trump currently is.
Yes.
Right? But at the same time, Trump is placing no restrictions on Israel whatsoever.
No.
So Israel about to turn turn Gaza potentially into a car park.
Yes.
With no restrictions at all.
No.
So, which is obviously not the best result for Palestinians.
No.
And certainly not the best result from a humanitarian point of view. But at the same time, he, as you say, seems to be more negative towards Netanyahu than Biden was, even though Biden was placing at least some restrictions on what Netanyahu could do.
Yes.
So it's weird. Like in one way, the people who voted against Biden because of Israel issues are vindicated when they buy the fact that Trump is actually more negative towards Netanyahu than Biden was.
I don't think those voters are going to forgive him for the let's turn Gaza into the Riviera of the Middle East.
Yeah, but I was going to say, but the actual outcome, is undoubtedly worse.
No, absolutely.
So it's just like everything involving Israel. It's very complicated.
Yes.
But anyway, go on. I interrupted.
So that was the speech that was given yesterday to the Saudi Investors Forum. Now, what official status does anything said to an investors forum have? I really don't know. I mean, a foreign policy speech doesn't have to be in some sort of official flag-ridden setting with other leaders standing around for it to carry weight. One of the most important foreign policy speeches ever given was Winston Churchill's Iron Curtain speech, which was given when he wasn't even prime minister, at a commencement at a relatively obscure American college. So it's not necessarily the setting. It's more that you just never know with Trump what the official status of this language actually is. Now, I think he probably is lifting sanctions on Syria. I think he probably does want to deal with Iran, which is probably going to look a lot like the one that he tore up. And he is certainly averse to the direct use of the American military in conflicts in the Middle East. I think that but if we didn't know that before, we really know that now after this brief, half-hearted war with the Houthis, which you can only say the outcome was the Houthis won. The Houthis absolutely won. That, yes, they got bombed, but they did more damage to the US than the US was prepared to tolerate. And the US said, we're not fighting anymore. Let's have a ceasefire just on our shipping on the Red Sea. Do what you want in Israel. Yep.
Should we talk Qatar?
Let's talk Qatar because that's where he is now.
I had no idea.
Yes.
I'm 24 hours behind, as always.
Yes.
Should I start or should you start?
I just want to go into the background
That's literally what I was about to start
of Air Force One.
Yeah, okay, now you start. Go for it.
Okay, so current Air Force One, it's two planes that constitute Air Force One.
Yeah.
They've both been around since the days of George H.W. Bush.
Yes.
Who wants to ride in a plane that was flown around by George H.W. Bush? Not Donald Trump, that's for sure. So 7 years ago, I think, he ordered some new Air Force Ones from
2018.
Boeing.
Yeah.
He probably should have ordered them from Amazon or like with a 3D printer or something rather than from Boeing because they're still not there. Yeah. But, jokes aside, it's very, very complicated to get Air Force One right because, among other things, it has to be resistant to missile attacks.
Yeah, but it's not like the technology doesn't exist.
No.
It's just like Boeing said they could get it done by 2024. And then 2024, they said it would take till 2035.
Good old Boeing.
So,
yeah.
I mean, they're pulling it back now, but still, it's pretty shit from them. I should also say that Trump, when he got it commissioned, these two planes, they said it would cost $4 billion. And he's talking about replacing one of these planes with a Qatar plane that's worth $400 million.
Right.
So how do they get $4 billion?
This is classic military-industrial complex stuff.
Anyway, go on.
Also, he hates the colour scheme of current Air Force One, which dates from the Kennedy era. I really like it. It's this robin's egg blue and white. Very serene, I think, but no, Trump wants something more masculine. So he wants it in a frankly quite boring standard navy blue and or sort of just not quite navy blue of the American coat of arms. So yeah, but anyway, he's pissed off that he's not getting his planes. That's the background to this. Yes. And who is a friendlier ear to a king who is pissed off with his subjects because they're not delivering him his new toys? Who is friendlier to that than a Gulf monarchy?
Oh, they're just good guys.
They really are.
They really are. By the way, I said 2035. I meant 2032. It's when
I don't think that makes much difference on the Trump timeline. Yes.
Anyway, because they're such nice guys, my understanding is that Trump basically was just bitching constantly about these planes.
To everyone. This is probably what the content of most international summits was. It's Trump complaining about his substandard Air Force One planes.
Yeah, and apparently the Carter royal family heard about this, and they heard that he was actually looking for alternatives. And once again, I defend him looking for alternatives. Boeing was not delivering.
Yeah.
So that's fair enough. But they
who wouldn't be a little bit spooked by the recent Boeing stuff?
That as well.
Yeah. Like I don't fault Trump for not wanting to have any door whoopsies in midair.
And so the Carter royal family essentially they said we'll just have one of our old planes. It's not like it's costing them anything.
No,
because this plane's 13 years old. They're not using it anymore.
No.
They're happy just to, they're so rich, they've got so many planes. So why don't you just have a spare plane?
Yeah.
It's a 747-8 jumbo jet. Okay. Which is still much newer than the current Air Force One. But this is the one that they refer to as the Flying Palace.
Yes. Do you want to tell us about the features of this plane?
I don't know the features. You have to jump in.
You keep going and I will come up with the
definitive list of the features. Okay. All right. So like I said, it would cost $400 million if new. It's a fairly decent gift, though. It's particularly a pretty big gift, given Trump has just done the rounds for a week telling people they can only have $2 and 5 pencils. So in comparison, this is pretty good. But the question is, while Dave's finding what makes it so special, why is this so dodgy? Why are people so up in arms about this? It's supposed to be used by Trump as the new Air Force One until shortly before he leaves office, and then it's supposed to be transferred to the Trump Presidential Library Foundation, which appears to be a bribe and also appears to violate the Emoluments Clause of the Constitution. What I'm referring to there is Article 1, Section 9, Clause 8. No person holding any office or profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of Congress, except of any present emolument, office, or title of any kind whatsoever from any king, prince, or foreign state. Now, the White House has explained that this isn't a bribe because it's not conditioned on any official act. We have talked about this on PEP before. The Supreme Court has stripped back all meaning of bribery till basically you just can't get a bribe anymore. So yes, they're right. This is not legally a bribe. Nothing is legally a bribe anymore, so that's fine. Of course, it doesn't make it ethical, but it's not illegal, except for the constitutional bit. The Emoluments Clause bans all presents, not all bribes, all presents for a reason, because that's a nice broad noun. The White House has responded to this, saying it's okay though, because the gift is not to a person. Remember the Emoluments Clause was no person shall, without the consent of Congress, accept of any present.
That's right.
Etc. They say it's not to a person. It's not to Trump. It's to the Defense Department. And then from the Defense Department...
The Defense Department only has a budget of about $1 trillion. They need donations like this.
Desperately. Who will help a starving Defense Department, if not a Middle Eastern monarchy? And then after the Defense Department, it'll go to the Trump Foundation Library, which presumably will allow Trump to keep on using it. Before I go on, have you got the features there?
I'm very disappointed that I wasn't able to find some article that didn't concentrate on any of the ethical issues at all, but just went on about like the features of the plane. Because I'm sure I did see an article about this that was saying like it has 3 galleys. It has lavishly appointed bathrooms. It has deep plush carpets. It's got a children's area.
Oh my God. I don't want to think about what's been on that carpet.
No, sorry. I couldn't find anything.
That's okay.
But yeah.
Look, I never looked at that myself because I didn't think I was going to because this is the PEP podcast, not the Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous podcast. So I just left that.
But on the so the library thing.
Yes.
Now, Jacob Levy had a very good article in the Washington Post, despite the fact that it was, I think, inaccurately classified as an opinion piece. So, Jacob Levy is a political scientist at McGill University, and he was pointing out there is just a big problem here that Trump has unwittingly exposed, as he so often does, unwittingly exposing problems with the system
just like with Judge Jeanine.
Yeah, by pushing it to breaking point. Yeah. And that is that presidential libraries are completely open to this kind of corruption.
Yes, they are.
You don't have to disclose who the donors are. Like Obama did it voluntarily, but he did not have to. And a presidential library is absolutely a place where donors can buy favors by donating things that are going to personally accrue to the president.
There are only 2 loopholes when it comes to donations and funding.
Yep.
They are presidential libraries and inauguration funds. And Trump has gone 2 for 2. Like a laser. He's gone straight to both of them.
Yeah. I mean, the whole, in his first term, the whole idea of Trump Presidential Library was a bit of a joke. Yeah, but now we know what it's going to be. It's going to be this plane.
It's going to be a huge plane.
That's it.
It's going to be a flying library slash museum.
The flying library. Yes, slash museum that only he's allowed to go into.
Yes.
Yes.
It has been signed off, though.
The library will just be him and his plane full of memories.
I don't want any of your cynicism because this has been signed off on by someone you can trust, Pam Bondi.
What did she say?
Whose previous job before this was, do you know?
The Florida Attorney General.
No, she was the Florida Attorney General, but that wasn't her previous job before she was Attorney General of America.
What was it?
She was a lobbyist for Qatar. They
Ah!
paid her $1.38 million.
Wow. This might be why Trump changed his mind on the big Q.
Yeah, and she said that it's just fine. She said there's no problems at all. Apparently, Qatar got their money's worth from Pam Bondi. Qatar, she also said this is fine because it's not a gift to Trump. It's a gift to the foundation and to the Defense Department. Even though Qatar literally parked this plane at West Palm Beach International Airport in February so Trump could take a tour to see if he liked it. It's not meant for him. No, it's meant for the Defense Department and for his library.
I liked when Caroline Leavitt was asked, do you think that the Qataris are going to expect something in return?
Yes.
She said, no, because they know that Mr. Trump only ever acts with the best interests of the American people in mind. Yes, that is exactly how Persian Gulf monarchs think about the world. That is exactly how they think about the correct relationship between the ruler and the people. It's just all about doing the best thing for your people.
Yeah, it's about appropriateness.
Yes.
That's what it's about. Look, to be fair though, if we just turn off the sarcasm for one moment, this is actually genuinely being fair.
We need to turn off the sarcasm, Stig.
That'll be Sting number 18. Trump.
What? They're not rationed, are they?
No. We got an empty panel here to fill.
Yeah.
Trump genuinely denies this. He says he is not going to use this plane after he's president. I'll just play the grab.
Do you plan to use the plane after you leave office?
No, I don't. No, it would go directly to the library after I leave office. I wouldn't be using it. No.
Mr. President.
There you go. Now,
there are so many things that Trump has said that he wouldn't do that he has done.
Yeah, it's not exactly a binding promise.
No, but what else is the plane going to do? It's going to go to the library.
Well, what he says, and I'm about to play this grab.
Okay.
But I'll save it for now. But just as a spoiler, he says that this is going to be like Ronald Reagan's library. Ronald Reagan's library has a plane. I'll be telling you about that in a second.
Okay.
But yeah, and so he's saying, I know it sounds ridiculous, but it does actually have a plane. It's a library/museum, and it has a plane. It has his plane, Ronald Reagan's plane. And Trump's saying, I'm going to do the same thing as Reagan. So I mean, it's not like it's completely unheard of. The question is the plane going to be in the library the day after he's president? Or maybe in 10 years' time, and in the meantime, it's going to do a little bit of cruising.
Yes.
So that's the question. I mean, like, basically, if you believe him, what he's saying is legal.
Yeah.
And not against the Constitution. But as if you believe him, just no one believes him. I think with good reason. But anyway, part of the problem, I think, is that his plans that he's expressed here make absolutely no sense. Let's just talk through these plans. The plane doesn't just show up. The dude from Qatar doesn't just go, hey, here are the keys, and just throws them at Trump, and then he just goes a-flying. It's not like that. It's not like Trump dresses up like the flight center captain, and he just hops in the plane and off he goes.
That was worth the wait. The flight center captain.
It took a couple of seconds to remember. The plane is actually a lot of trouble in itself. It's going to cost hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, to fully equip it with security features for the president, because they're not building from scratch. They need to tear it down and then rebuild it, which is actually more costly and more time consuming. It would need to be outfitted with, as you say, the absolute best self-defense technology, electromagnetic shielding. It needs to be able to refuel in midair. They're the kind of features I'm interested in, not the jacuzzis. Also, since no one trusts the Qataris, I know, who would have thought, they're worried it's going to get bugged. So they literally need to strip it down to the skeleton and then rebuild it to make sure that it's not being bugged.
Yes.
All of that's going to take years. He might get the Boeing planes before the Qatari planes.
Yes.
Like it's not going to be around for years, this plane. So then what is the point of spending literally hundreds of millions of dollars, if not over $1 billion, on adaptations for a plane that never gets used.
Yeah.
Because as soon as he stops being president, it's supposedly going straight to the library. After all that cost and time, as soon as it's ready, you immediately decommission a plane that's only 13 years old, even though your current plane is 40 years old. And Reagan, the one he sent to his library, that was 28 years after it was first used. So, like, it's unheard of to decommission a plane after 13 years, especially after you just upgraded it at the cost of $1 billion. So that makes absolutely no sense. Why wouldn't you just have 3 Air Force One planes? Because apparently right now, with 2 Air Force One planes, they're both out of commission often because they need upgrading and maintenance all the time. So I just have 3 planes.
Trump is just going to have to come to terms with the fact he will spend the rest of his presidency getting around on the flying bush. Deal with it.
I don't think he's going to deal with it, Dave. Anyway, the fact his plan makes no sense, I think, is part of what makes it hard to believe that he's not lying when he says he's not going to use the plane afterwards.
Yes.
This is when we get to his excuses. So do you have something to say at this point in time before we go
No. I want to hear his excuses.
Okay. Well, first, he tweeted out his first excuse. So the fact that the Defense Department is getting a gift free of charge of a 747 aircraft to replace the 40-year-old Air Force One temporarily in a very public and transparent transaction so bothers the crooked Democrats that they insist we pay top dollar for the plane. Anybody can do that. The Dems are world-class losers.
Can I just point out for those listening, they insist that we pay, comma, top dollar, capitalized, comma, for the plane. Neither of those commas is necessary. I think he just does it to make sure that everybody is paying attention to the words that he has capitalized. Top dollar.
Maybe when he wrote this tweet or truth, he was watching Wheel of Fortune. And he was just overcome with emotion. He was just going, oh yeah, the crooked Democrats saying since we pay top dollar, yeah, woo, for the plane. Anybody can do that. Maybe that's what was going on. I don't know. He doesn't seem to know how this works. The fact it's a transparent transaction means nothing.
No.
The founding fathers...
It's transparently corrupt.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. The problem is it's so transparent.
It basically is
happening.
A bag with a dollar sign on it.
The people who wrote the Constitution, like, they could have made that clause a disclosure clause, but they chose not to. They said, you know what? We don't want you to get bribed. We don't care if we know or not.
Yes.
We just don't want you to be bribed. So they chose that on purpose. But anyway, Trump doesn't really get that. Anyway, but then he held a press conference. And this is when he talked at the Reagan Library. This is his next excuse.
All right.
And I think this was just a gesture of good faith. And I don't get it. Someday it'll be like Ronald Reagan. They decommission them. You know, they get to a certain age, they decommission them. It'll go to my library. They're talking about going to my library in years out. But I thought it was a great gesture. And it's something that was done by Ronald Reagan. They actually decommissioned the plane and he put it in his library. And it actually has made the library, I think, a Boeing 707. It's actually made the library more successful. So it was good.
Yeah, it's good.
By the way, I've just noticed in that clip, so he's standing in front of the bookshelf that has the volumes of all of the presidents.
Yeah, that's the library so far, I think.
Yes, yeah. I love his head obscures Ronald Reagan. So on one side you've got Jimmy Carter, on the other side you've got George W. Bush. His head obscures Ronald Reagan. How symbolic. They'll be writing about that at the Bulwark.
That's a remarkable observation, Dave. Well, very keen-eyed. Well, like I said before, he's right about the Reagan Library in California. It does have a jet there.
Yep.
But like I insinuated before, the jet was used from 1973 to 2001 before it was decommissioned and sent to the library in 2004. And for those who know anything about history at all, which is probably most of you guys, Reagan finished in 1989.
Yes.
So for 15 years, he didn't have this plane until it stopped being useful for the government.
Yes.
And then they let him have the plane for his library, which makes much more sense.
And hang on, 2004, when did he die?
He died just after it.
Right, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was 18 months or so.
Yes,
something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
So so the Reagan jet makes perfect sense. This jet makes no sense if Trump is being legit. There is also a very simple protocol for this. If it's going just to Trump eventually, then you pay for it.
Yes.
Gifts aren't new. They weren't just invented now, right? Presidents have been presented with gifts for a long time. There are laws about this. The Foreign Gifts and Decorations Act caps the value of a gift at $480. That's what you're allowed to accept for free. If you want to hold on to a more expensive gift, you pay for it at the estimated market rate, not top dollar, just the market rate. That's all you need. If he wants to do a service for the Defense Department, like he says, and facilitate a lovely gift for the Defense Department, that's lovely. They should be able to use that gift rather than keep it for 2 weeks before they hand it off to a library. And when the government has stopped using it, then it can go to the library, like Ronald Reagan. But if he doesn't like that, there is one more option. The Constitution, we just read right past it. But it's a very simple option. The Constitution says you can ask Congress. That's what the Emoluments Clause says. I'll read it again. Just because I know Trump's a pepper. So it's about time he understood this clause. No person holding any office or profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of the Congress, except of any present emolument, office, or title with it. He just needs congressional permission. That's it. He owns Congress. They could not be more supplicant to him. They're trying.
Can you imagine the tweet that Lindsey Graham would write about how his favourite thing in the world is watching Trump being given nice things?
If Lindsey Graham was tweeting in response to this, he would just tweet the word yes out 500 times in a row.
Yes, yeah.
Like, I'm telling you, they
could have a whole ceremony where they all just watch Trump being given this plane, like kids watching those unboxing videos on YouTube. Can you imagine the looks of childish delight on their faces?
Not only would they allow him to do this, they would rename the runway that his plane is on after him, and the hangar that the plane is in, and the cloud in the sky above it after him. Like, they would do whatever he wants. But he just needs to seek permission, but he's not doing that. I wonder why.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he even try to ask them? Instead, he's just getting angry about being questioned.
Mr. President, what do you say to people who view that luxury jet as a personal gift to you? Why not leave it behind?
You're ABC fake news, right?
Why not?
Only ABC. Well, a few of you would. Let me tell you, you should be embarrassed asking that question. They're giving us a free jet. I could say, no, don't give us, I want to pay you $1 billion or 400 million or whatever it is. Or I could say, thank you very much. You know, there was an old golfer named Sam Snead. Did you ever hear of him? He won 82 tournaments. He was a great golfer. And he had a motto: when they give you a putt, you say, thank you very much. You pick up your ball and you walk to the next hole. A lot of people are stupid. They say, no, I insist on putting it. And then they putt it and they miss it. And their partner gets angry at them. You know what? Remember that, Sam Snead. When they give you a putt, you pick it up and you walk to the next hole and you say, thank you very much.
Remember Sam Snead,
yes,
Dave?
Remember Sam Snead.
You see, if you're completely immoral or amoral, I guess, turning down a bribe is not a moral thing to do. It's just a stupid thing to do.
That's right.
It's free money. Why'd you turn it down? It's free money. Just say thank you and just move on.
Do you think he's eventually going to back down on this? I mean, he seems pretty determined not to at the moment.
Yeah.
But it might not have hit him yet how badly this is being perceived.
Yeah.
Not just by the fake news, but by a lot of his own supporters.
100%.
Yeah. I mean, we're at the point where the reactions that you get from congressional Republicans to a lot of things he does, they're increasingly, oh, well, the courts will sort that out. Yeah. The lawyers will sort that out.
Yeah.
If the Attorney General says it's legal, then it's legal. Like that, people are avoiding even saying anything directly about it. But certainly for a lot of his supporters, they don't think that this is the sort of thing that he was elected to do, especially the ones who were so emotionally invested in the idea that the Biden crime family had just been harvesting all of these rewards from Biden's presidency. Then their own guy just blatantly goes out and does this stuff. Now, okay, so for a lot of them, doesn't matter at all. Trump is always right. It's not an issue. But not everybody has cognitive dissonance mechanisms that are so advanced. And some people are getting pissed off. Some people are beginning to think they were maybe played for suckers.
Yeah. Look, I think the fact it's so brazen and so blatant definitely doesn't help him.
Yeah.
But I actually think that there is a different reason why. There's a couple of reasons. I think why his support base. So many in his support base are against this, and they really are. There are quite a few, like Laura Loomer, for instance.
Yep.
I love President Trump. I would take a bullet for him. But I have to call a spade a spade. We cannot accept a $400 million gift from jihadists in suits.
Jihadists in suits.
The Qataris fund the same Iranian proxies in Hamas and Hezbollah who have murdered US service members. The same proxies that have worked with the Mexican cartels to get jihadists across our border. This is really going to be such a stain on the administration if this is true. And I say that as someone who would take a bullet for Trump. I'm so disappointed.
Now, that's significant because, as I've said, Laura Loomer, she doesn't have unlimited influence on Trump, but she's more influential on Trump than just about any member of his cabinet.
Yeah, absolutely. She's more influential than I am, that's for sure. Ben Shapiro, who is, he's getting up there for close to the biggest conservative commentator in America these days. Like, he's big. He said this on his podcast.
I think inherently it is bad. I do not think this is good. I think if we switch the names to Hunter Biden and Joe Biden, we'd all be freaking out on the right. Let's say if Qatar was giving Joe a $400 million jet for his use at his presidential library after his presidency, or if Hunter launched a crypto firm with the son of Antony Blinken and then launched a series of crypto products in which mysterious strangers, including foreigners, were investing, all while that crypto firm was being regulated by Joe's administration, we'd all have been pretty upset on the right. We might have said that it was worthy of some coverage.
He even threw in the crypto bit, which is interesting.
Yeah.
And it's not just those two. There are a number.
Yes.
Mark Levin.
Yes.
He is as big a Trump hack as you can get.
Yeah.
He's against it as well.
I think, the Islamic element is a big one.
This is where I was going.
Very, very big one.
This is where I was going. I'm actually gonna build to that one.
Yes.
Because let me just take a step back and then we'll connect up on that.
Yep.
There's an important question that needs to be asked.
Yes.
Which we haven't asked. Which is, what does Qatar want? Because you're right. They're not giving that plane for nothing, even though Trump is pretending that.
Yeah.
So is it related to the $5.5 billion development of a luxury golf resort in Qatar that the Trump family just signed up for?
Could be.
Could be. I don't like that either, by the way.
Yeah. Qatar also announced today that it was buying some ridiculous number of Boeing jets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. We don't know. But there are a few things about Qatar that we do know that they want.
Yep.
Number one, we know they don't want to be treated like terrorist funders.
Yep.
I want to read you a quote from Trump in 2017. You mentioned before, Trump in the first term was different to Trump in the second term. This is Trump in 2017. The nation of Qatar, unfortunately, has historically been a funder of terrorism at a very high level. And in the wake of that conference, nations came together and spoke to me about confronting Qatar over its behavior. So we have a decision to make. Do we take the easy road, or do we finally take a hard but necessary action? We have to stop the funding of terrorism. Qatar doesn't like that kind of talk at all. They're hoping that by buying as much goodwill as possible from as many think tanks as they can, as many politicians as they can, people are going to stop talking like that, even though they have funded Hamas to the tune of billions of dollars.
Yes.
And it works. Trump doesn't talk like that now.
No.
That's number one. We know they want that. Number two, we know they want military equipment.
Yep.
Given they do fund terrorism, it might not be a great idea to sell them the very latest American military technology. You would have thought. And yet Qatar is the second largest purchaser of US military equipment behind Saudi Arabia. So there you go. In March, the administration approved $2 billion of sales, including 8 Predator drones, 200 joint direct attack munitions, 300 500-pound general-purpose bombs, 110 Hellfire missiles, and maritime radars for Qatar. Trump actually specifically acknowledges this. He said Qatar offered him the plane because the United States, quote, kept them safe. We know they want that.
Yes.
3, we know they want economic deals. Qatar is a big LNG exporter.
Yep.
They plan to double their LNG production over the next few years. They've taken a 70% stake in a new $10 billion LNG export hub in Texas, known as Golden Pass. To get that stake, they needed approval from US regulators. Something tells me it probably wasn't hard for them to get. And 4, another thing we know is what we just said before about Israel. Trump's relations with Israel aren't what they used to be. And we know that suits Qatar just fine. Remember what I just said about Qatar funding Hamas. They'd love to do their bit to pry America and Israel further apart. Now, that's what we know about.
Yes.
We don't know what we don't know, though.
Yeah.
But we do know they want something. And they're prepared to dangle an awful lot of money to get it. And that is to come back now to the Trump supporters.
Yes.
They all know this as well.
Yes, they do.
So you got two kinds of people who I think hate this from Trump supporters.
Yeah.
Number one, you got the Laura Loomer Islamophobes.
Yes.
They just hate muzzies.
Yes.
Full stop. They don't care what they're doing, whether they're Qatar, whether they're whatever.
Yes, yeah.
And Laura Loomer just hates Muslims more than anything else.
Yep.
That's what's going on with her.
Yes.
Then you've got the Israel lovers. You've got Ben Shapiro, right, who's all about Israel.
Yes.
And he knows that this isn't a good sign for Israel.
No.
And so that's motivating him as well. And then you got people who are a mixture of the two, and like who are just generally neurotic about potential terror issues, etc. So I agree with you. I think it's 100% not about the bribe; it's about Carter.
Yes.
And that. So the answer to your question from before about is Trump going to back down or not? I mean, he really will want to not back down.
Of course.
Because he never likes to back down to the press.
Yes.
But I noticed that Carter are still saying the matter remains under review. They're still not saying a decision's been made.
Yes.
So they're leaving the ground open for him to back out anytime he wants.
Yep.
I don't know. I honestly don't. I could make a prediction for sport, but I really think it's a 50-50.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you reckon?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not going to get much for it. That's the thing. This bloody plane is not going to be ready for a long time.
Yeah.
It's going to create a lot of trouble for him for not much payoff.
Yeah, but in the end, why did he actually get into this if not to be able to accept gifts like this from the grand monarchs of the Persian Gulf?
And it's going to be a great plane.
What is even the point of being president if you can't accept this gift?
Yeah, well, what would Sam Snead do?
Yeah.
WWSSD.
Yes.
I should say, by the way, meanwhile, Chuck Schumer is putting a hold on all political appointments to the DOJ until Pam Bondi answers some questions.
Has Pete Hegseth said anything about this yet?
He did. He didn't talk about the ethics of it. He talked about the Defense Department, how they could use a jet kind of aspect of it. It's a very pragmatic man. Surprisingly, he didn't weigh in on the moral decisions facing Trump. Who would have thought?
Disappointed. He's my go-to man for ethics.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think there'll be another update on this one, but I don't know where it's going to go. Do you have any other thoughts about this one?
No, just one other thing though. I think I saw a glimpse somewhere that something else that is going to happen in Qatar is this is where there's going to be some sort of symbol handed over from Qatar as the host of the last World Cup to were they the host of the last World Cup?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
They were. Yeah, 2022.
Yeah.
The host of the FIFA Soccer World Cup to
Isn't that just perfect, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Qatar's the perfect country for
Yeah.
World Cup.
So I think Gianni Infantino is going to preside over some ceremony where I don't know what the token is, probably a giant key or something, is handed over to Trump as the leader of the host of the next World Cup, which is being held jointly between the US, Canada, and Mexico.
I'll tell you what it'll be.
What?
It'll be remember back in 2017 when he first went to
the orb.
The glowing orb.
Yes.
It'll be a glowing soccer ball that Trump can just put his hands on, just stare at for 3 minutes straight, like the orb, in an awkward fashion.
Perfect. I hope this is televised.
Okay, let's talk trade. Okay, we got two big deals, two massive deals, two huge deals, Dave. UK and China.
Yes.
Let's start with UK.
So remember that the UK, according to Washington Post, was first in line because Keir Starmer had gone to Washington with his suitcase full of charm and his invitation from the king for Trump to go to tea.
Do you think that's the reason why?
No, I don't think that's the reason why.
Why do you think is the reson why?
I think that this was a very easy deal to do.
I agree.
Now, let us first say, not for the first time and certainly not for the last time, this is not actually a trade deal. No. Right? Not in the sense that we actually understand trade deals. So the UK has just finished negotiating a free trade deal with India. That's a real trade deal. That dealt with the terms of trade on all kinds of levels. That dealt with specific markets and specific products. That set out and implemented general principles that represented genuine change in the relationship between the two countries. What's going on here is nothing more than amendments to the tariffs that Trump put in place a few weeks ago.
Yes.
Okay? So the specific amendments are basically with Britain's biggest export to the US, which is cars worth $9 billion a year, they are exempted from the so there've been a specific tariff put on cars. That's been exempted for the first 100,000 cars.
Yes, which is the amount they exported on average over the last few years.
Yes, yeah.
So basically, America's saying we're not going to charge you the car tariff as long as you don't increase your amount of exports.
Yes,
If you take advantage of this, then we'll push you back to the 25%.
Yes, and I think that Jaguar very lukewarmly said yay to that.
Sure.
There's also so they've removed the 25% tariff on steel and aluminium. Yep. That's $700 million, but also on steel and aluminium products, which is $2.2 billion. So, that's fairly significant. So that's the big amendment to the tariffs. What did Britain have to give up in order to get this? Well, not very much. The things that the US were complaining about, they haven't changed at all. Such as the, I can't quite remember what it's called, but it's the tax that gigantic tech media companies pay.
Yeah.
Digital assets tax or something? Digital something tax, right? So if you make more than $500 million pounds a year in Britain, you pay tax on, which is something that Google and Alphabet, Alphabet is Google, something Alphabet and Apple and other companies, that's a threshold that they easily meet. They pay quite a significant tax on that. Those companies were naturally complaining about that. Their complaints have apparently not reached the ears of Scott Bessent because that is not changing. Also, it's not changing. The UK is not changing its meat standards.
Yes.
In order to suit the Americans in the same way that Australia is not.
Yeah, they've eliminated the tariff. on beef.
They have eliminated
Yeah.
a tariff on beef.
But America's not going to take advantage of that elimination of tariff
Because they refuse to make beef to British standards.
Yeah, they pump their cows full of growth hormones.
Yeah.
They're not allowed to have growth
So
hormones.
Britain is giving up very, very little, which is understandable because Britain, like Australia, is one of the few countries that has a trade deficit with the US.
Yeah,
so it's very
America's-
hard for Trump to say they're taking advantage of us because it's quite clear that they're not. So this deal was announced with great fanfare. It is not a deal. It's a modification of the existing tariffs.
There is one thing that that Britain gave up.
What did they
actually.
give up?
Certainly,
Apart from their dignity.
the general tariff. Well, okay,
Yep.
hang on. When
Yep.
I say they gave up, they didn't give up in this deal because there's already the 10%
Yes.
before this deal.
Yes.
But if you compare the current situation to before Liberation Day,
Ah, yes.
the average tariff rate has gone up for Britain, like just for normal stuff, from I think it was 3.3%
Yes,
in
yeah, yeah.
2023 to now 10% because they got the 10% is staying.
Yes.
It appears as if that 10% is staying for everything. Like this is what Carolyn Levitt had to say about that.
The president is committed to the 10% baseline tariff, not just for the United Kingdom, but for his trade negotiations with all other countries as well.
Permanently, even after the deals are done, like that is going to remain.
The president is determined to continue with that 10% baseline tariff. I just spoke to him about it earlier.
So yeah, so it doesn't matter what happens, there's that 10%. And that
Yes.
10% means that Britain is facing higher tariffs than they did before this year.
Well, that's true, yes.
But
and Americans are facing higher prices
yes,
than they
American
did.
consumers are.
Yes,
exactly,
before this year.
Well, yeah, which is actually probably the main outcome of all this is that we've discovered that Trump is just not going to back down from this 10% thing.
Yes, yeah.
And
very big on the 10%.
He loves the 10%. But that is it. That's pretty much all that. And as we said, that 10% was there anyway.
Yes.
So Britain might as well not have bothered.
Yeah.
Having said that, but when I was angling out before, when I was saying that, that I was asking why was this the first deal? My answer to that is the reason this is the first deal is because both these sides are equally desperate.
That's true.
Like in that America was desperate to get any kind of deal because this was starting to really start to stink.
Yes.
All right, so any deal is going to make the next deal more likely. So they just need to get the ball rolling.
Yes.
Right? Because every country was just watching each other. From England's point of view, they are super desperate because since Brexit, they've just screwed up all their trade with Europe.
That is true.
Like they now have 30% less trade with Europe than they would otherwise have had
Yes.
they not had Brexit.
Yeah.
And America is their biggest trading partner now, whereas England is only America's 7th biggest trading partner. So the UK is just desperate to get something going with America
Yes.
since they're their biggest trading partner. They just need them because their economy isn't fantastic.
By
at
the way,
moment.
I apologise to all of our Scottish, Welsh, and Northern Thailand peppers for the fact that Chaz keeps referring to the UK as England.
Sorry, yes.
Yes.
Apologies all. So they're in this happy place where desperados meet.
Yes.
And so that's how they got their
Happy place where desperate.
that's how they got their deal.
Yeah.
Right? And that's why it's okay for them to. That's why they're happy to pretend that there's something here, even though there isn't much. So I just want to make that point. You want to keep on going on anything to do with the deal?
There's not much more to say about
There
it.
really isn't. It's really about the 10%, I think.
Yeah.
Personally.
Yeah.
I should say the car thing, about the first 100,000 cars at 10%, because everything's at 10%, and then from then on it's 25%. That really pisses off the American car industry.
Yes.
Because they make a lot of cars in Canada and Mexico because they thought under the USMCA that would be free until Trump screwed it up for them. And so now they've got a situation.
Yeah.
I'll just read you a quote from the car companies themselves. Under this deal, it will now be cheaper to import a UK vehicle with very little US content than a USMCA compliant vehicle from Mexico or Canada. That's half American parts. This hurts American automakers, suppliers, and auto workers. They're right.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you micromanage trade. You get unintended consequences.
Yes.
And this is a classic example.
And by the way, in the media coverage of this, and certainly the financial media coverage of this, there is not enough emphasis being placed on the continuation of the baseline tariffs. On the fact these are still much, much higher tariffs than existed previously.
Way higher.
Remember when the 10% was originally announced? Like, you remember all the analyses of how much more this was actually this was putting up tariffs. And for some people, like 10%, that's the whole game. That's it. That's the end of that line of trade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
because there are going to be more viable alternatives.
Let me put some numbers on this.
Yeah.
The average US import tariff rate last year was 3%.
Yes.
It is currently, depending on which forecaster or prognosticator you trust, between 14% and 17%. That's a huge increase.
Yes.
So that translates, according to this is now Yale, the Yale Budget Lab. This translates into an extra 1.7% price increase this year.
Yeah.
Costing American households $2,800. That's after the China deal, which we're about to talk about.
Yeah.
After all this stuff, where it's just 10%. And to be fair to these guys, we should know that the inflation came in this week.
Yeah,
It was only 2.3%, which is the lowest since February 2021. So the inflation hasn't come through yet. But give it time.
Yes.
It is going to come through. And we should also say recession projections have dropped after the China deal.
Yeah.
JP Morgan now projects a 50% chance of recession rather than 60% chance of recession, whatever that means.
Yes.
Anyway, but yeah, no, you're totally right. 14%.
Yeah.
That's the best case scenario.
And
that's
so
huge.
The markets have been celebrating the fact that the worst tariffs are being removed. But yeah, the economic reality in the medium to long term is still high tariff, much higher tariffs than people are used to.
Yeah. Okay. So let's talk to me about the China deal then.
Okay. So the China deal, which was announced yesterday, I think. A few days ago now. But once again is really nothing more that I could see than amendments to the tariffs that both countries have been putting on each other.
Very much so.
I don't think there was anything there other than both sides reducing tariffs. So the US reducing its tariffs on China to 30%, China reducing its tariffs on the US to 10%.
That's right.
There were some other measures like China will now sell the US critical minerals, but that embargo was put in place as a part of the retaliation.
Yes.
On these trade measures. So basically, both countries are just reducing most of the tariffs that they put on each other.
Yeah, they both cut 115% off their tariffs.
Yes.
And it is for 90 days while they negotiate further.
Yes.
Yeah. In terms of takeaways, this was the trade rep Jamison Greer's takeaway.
It's important to understand how quickly we were able to come to agreement, which reflects that perhaps the differences were not so large as maybe thought.
Thanks, Geoffrey Goldberg.
To be clear, what he just said reflects badly on America.
Yes,
not China.
It really does.
Because China weren't the ones declaring national emergencies. China weren't the one. They just wanted to keep trade going. As America, they said, "Oh my God, this is huge. We're gonna fix this," and then they just said, bugger it. Let's just pretend this never happened." This was Scott Bessent's takeaway, for what it's worth.
The consensus from both delegations this weekend is neither side wants a decoupling. And what had occurred with these very high tariffs, as Ambassador Greer said, was the equivalent of an embargo, and neither side wants that.
He looks a lot like Gary Oldman playing George Smiley in Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy.
Yes.
Except with none of the suaveness.
Yeah, no charisma.
No.
The thing I don't understand about this takeaway from Scott Dissent is I thought decoupling was exactly the point.
That's what they were saying for months.
Yes, they were saying they were trying to isolate China.
Yes.
They said they were trying to address China's unfair trade practices,
Yes.
their intellectual property theft, their forced technology transfers, their currency manipulation, their excess capacity. They had a big, long list of things they were going to
And by the way,
address.
that list that's often given, I've noticed this quite often, never touches the single biggest issue, which is the subsidies.
Yeah.
The subsidies are the real heart of it all.
Yeah.
But, that's never even touched, in this list.
So why then, after all the pain of the last month or so, have they basically reverted to what was the status quo before the trade war in return for zero concessions? It's incredible. What the hell?
It reminds me of the Simpsons episode where Homer gets promoted and Mr. Burns says that the number of accidents in the nuclear power plant is now down.
Yes.
Smithers says, yes, by the exact number that Homer Simpson is known or suspected to have caused.
Who could ever have imagined that Simpson's sweeping reforms would pay off so quickly?
You know, sir, accidents decreased by exactly the number that Simpson himself is known or suspected to have caused last month.
Yeah, it really is like they're now congratulating themselves on just fixing up something that was entirely a problem of their own making that nobody else wanted at all, including the people who actually voted for Trump.
While we're walking down memory lane,
yes,
do you remember when the trade war started and the White House tweeted out in all caps, "Do not retaliate and you will be rewarded"?
Oh, I remember that, yes.
Now, it seems to me that literally only one country fully retaliated. That is China. And it was completely rewarded.
Oh, yeah, I remember there was another all caps tweet saying China panicked and did the wrong thing. Like, now look what's going to happen to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I don't think that's what happened.
No.
I think that,
Yeah, China played it wrong. They panicked.
Yeah. Yeah. I reckon that, that you said before about the rare earths, seven rare earths.
Yeah, yeah.
You kind of threw them away a bit. I want to just dwell on them for a second because I think maybe they explain a little bit more about what's happening.
They might.
If we just play another quote from Scott Dissent.
I would say one of the big takeaways from this weekend, the United States will continue a strategic rebalancing in many areas that were exposed as supply chain weaknesses during COVID, whether it's medicines, whether it's semiconductors, steel, we've identified 5 or 6 strategic industries and supply chain vulnerabilities, and we will continue moving toward U.S. independence or reliable supplies from allies on those.
See, to me, that's code for we realized we were screwed with the rare earths. That's what that is to me.
Nice to see him talk about allies.
Yeah.
Rediscovering the concept.
That was the one area where China really had them over a barrel.
Yep.
They needed the rare earths.
Yes.
And look, and yes, America and their allies are eventually, if they want to invest, going to be able to produce these rare earths.
Yeah.
But it's not going to happen tomorrow.
No.
It's not going to happen for months. It might not even happen for years. And the shortages were coming real soon.
Yes.
And so I reckon that maybe Trump didn't realize just how much leverage China has.
Yes.
In those limited areas where it does have leverage.
Yes.
And he realized he needed to back down, and they just did anything.
Yeah.
That's what I reckon might have happened.
I think.
And by the way, sorry, just before we go on, let me just say, when people say, "Oh, Trump backed down," that's often a criticism. I'm not criticizing him for backing down. That's a rational thing to do.
Yeah, it is.
The fact he got into this problem in the first place was the irrational.
That's the problem. Yes.
Yeah, like totally should have. If I was him, I would back down as well.
Yes, yeah.
He 100% should have backed down. So that was smart.
Yes.
And he may save himself a recession by the backing down.
He might, yes.
So 100% great move.
Yes, better not to have a recession than have a recession.
Yeah, totally. So I just want to be very clear on that. Anyway,
But it just, when you're talking about the sort of long timelines for this, I mean, a lot of what we've been talking about today comes back to the fact that whether it's trying to revive the American manufacturing industry or just trying to get a new plane, a lot of this stuff is on much longer timelines than Trump is actually prepared to tolerate.
Yes.
For a lot of the stuff that he wants to achieve, the timeline is quite literally after he's dead. That's, if you want to restore the American manufacturing industry through tariffs, that's the kind of long-term thing that you're looking. It's not going to happen through these kind of big announcements that he's constantly making of, we've got trillions of dollars new investment in the US. He was also announcing in Saudi Arabia yesterday that there's $600 billion worth of new investment. Spoiler alert, most of it is not new and has been incredibly vague in terms of the way that it's been announced. Yes. The sort of things that he is dreaming of are things that are going to take a very long time to happen. And a lot of the backdowns that are happening are as much to do because he doesn't have the actual patience for that as it is to do with him learning substantive lessons.
That rings true to me.
Yes.
I don't think he often learns a lot of lessons.
No.
Anything else on this topic, Dave?
No.
Okay.
Stats Nugget.
Now, you might remember earlier in this year, there were fires in LA County.
Oh, yes, I remember that. Yeah,
that's right. They were pretty bad fires. There were quite a lot of houses ruined, destroyed.
Yep.
LA County has, to my delight, put up a website.
Yes.
Which tracks how the permits are going to rebuild. Would you care to guess, Dave?
Yeah.
How many rebuilding permits have been issued at this point in time amongst the houses in LA County?
Ooh, I'm going to guess 1.
The Stats Nugget answer is 7. So yeah, you underestimated the efficiency that is LA County.
Permitting progress dashboard. Yes. That just looks efficient.
Oh, sorry. It's
8.
out of date. It's 8.
There's 1 today.
There's 1 today. Congratulations.
By the time this podcast goes out, it could be as high as 9.
It could be. Congratulations, you lucky 8th permit holder. Yeah, so that is just a one-off little stats nugget. I'm going to put the link up so we can all follow it.
Yep.
It's pretty exciting stuff. I'll put that in the homework if you're interested in following the drama that is the LA County the permit situation. Let's talk about the executive order, the drug executive order, Dave.
Okay.
Do you want to start or do you want me to start?
No, you start.
Okay. All right. Well, let's just start off with the background. Drug prices in America, they're high.
Yep.
There is no doubt about that. A Rand Corp report in 2024 found average drug prices in America to be 2.78 times as high as those seen in a group of 33 other comparable countries.
Yep.
For brand name drugs, we're talking 4.22 times as high. So if you're doing the maths there, that means generic drugs are actually cheaper in America than they are overseas. I've made that point on PEP before.
Yes.
And of course, 90% of the drug purchases are generics. This point does not get made enough when people talk about drugs in America. Regardless, though, the price of brand name drugs, they are an issue. They're a very real issue. They're basically anything that's new. All right. Trump's been selling this executive order hard. We're going to do the right thing, something that the Democrats have fought for many years. Therefore, I am pleased to announce that tomorrow morning in the White House at 9 a.m., I'll be signing one of the most consequential executive orders in our country's history. Prescription drug and pharmaceutical prices will be reduced almost immediately by 30 to 80%. They will rise throughout the world in order to equalize and for the first time in many years bring fairness to America. Now, let me just interrupt this very lengthy tweet for a second. The Democrats most definitely have not fought this for many years. The Democrats have been trying to pass legislation for many years that reduces drug prices.
Yes.
And they've been constantly opposed and thwarted by Republicans. And let's not forget that it was George W. Bush's Medicare legislation in 2003 that banned Medicare from negotiating drug prices.
Yes.
So that's a little aside. Another little aside, when he says drug prices will be reduced by 30 to 80%.
Immediately.
That's quite a large range, I think you'll agree.
That is a very large range.
It suggests what we all know, and that is he made those figures up. I mean, listen to this here.
Yeah, well, we're getting them down 60, 70, 80, 90%. But actually more than that, if you think about it in the way mathematically.
You think about it mathematically.
If you think about it mathematically, even more than that. He's got no idea. He has no idea at all what he's saying. But then he goes into detail here. This is actually genuinely detailed. I was surprised. I'll be instituting a most favored nations policy whereby the United States will pay the same price as the nation that pays the lowest price anywhere in the world. Our country will finally be treated fairly, and our citizens' healthcare costs will be reduced by numbers never even thought of before. Mathematically. He didn't write mathematically. Additionally, on top of everything else, the United States will save trillions of dollars. Okay. Maybe over a few decades, trillions of dollars, but Medicare spends a little over $200 billion a year in total on drugs.
Yes.
So you're saving, at best, $100 billion a year. All right. And by the way, when he said, I think he's got that wrong. I mean, he had some detail, but it was wrong detail. When he said it's the lowest price anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
The executive order does not say that. It says it compares to developed countries.
Right.
So they're not ripping off it's the Sudan.
Yes.
Right, which is good. Let's give him credit for that. Because otherwise, if you have a situation where Somalia
Let's give him credit for not ripping off the Sudan.
No, but I mean, he so easily could have. Like, think about Trump. He so easily could have charged Somalia the same as he's charging America. That's not what he's saying. He's talking about France, and he's talking about Australia, he's talking about Japan.
Sure.
Right. Anyway.
Okay. So how's this going to work, Chaz?
Let me tell you. Okay, so this most favoured nation model.
Yes.
Right now, the rest of the world only agrees to pay slightly more than cost price for pharmaceuticals. And pharma companies are okay with that.
Yeah.
Because it's still a profit.
That's right.
And they know they can charge whatever they like in America because of that stupid law from George W. Bush. And so...
if you're wondering what we're talking about here, in just about every other advanced industrial democracy, governments negotiate with drug companies.
Yeah.
And they negotiate hard.
Yeah.
Because they are basically the monopsonist, the sole buyer.
Totally. Because, if the government is like, say, in Australia with Medicare, if the government is setting the prices for Medicare, that they're setting the price for basically the whole country.
Yes.
And that's the case for most countries because most countries don't have the American healthcare system.
That's right.
So so they can get away with saying, well, if you want to sell in our country, you'll sell it at this price. And like I said, it's always just cost plus a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and so that's the reason why America only has 4% of the world's population but provides over 70% of global pharmaceutical profits. It's their own doing.
Yes.
All right. Now, this most favored nation idea is supposed to force drug companies to charge America the same amount as other countries, other developed countries, which will stop America subsidizing them so much that there's other countries that will end up paying more and America will end up paying less. That's the theory. Or as Trump puts it.
Basically, what we're doing is equalizing. There's a new word that I came up with, which I think is probably the best word. We're going to equalize.
You didn't invent that word.
A new word.
You did not invent that word. And it's not the best word either. You're 0 for 2. There was a TV show that you probably watched in the 80s called The Equalizer.
How could he possibly think he came up with the word equalize?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Anyway. How does this differ from what Biden did? Because we know Biden did something like this.
Yeah.
So what did Biden do? Okay, Trump keeps on pretending that the Democrats love high drug prices. Here's another example.
And it really went crazy during the last 4 years. And remember this, the Democrats are the ones that allowed this to happen. They were the ones that were the protector of this pricing system.
100% wrong. In the Inflation Reduction Act, They made it so Medicare would negotiate lower prices for a small number of drugs each year. 10 in 2026, 15 drugs in 2027, and so on. The White House does say that Medicare's negotiations were crap. They said that in many cases, the lower price of the negotiated drug is still over 200% what other countries pay. So what Trump is proposing, theoretically, could be a much cheaper system, forcing prices down further for more drugs.
Yes.
Theoretically. We should be very clear, though. The executive order does not make this happen at all. Do you want to start talking about this, or do you want me to keep
No,
going?
you keep going.
Okay, all right. Trump's order sets a 30-day deadline for drug makers to negotiate lower prices with RFK. That's what it actually does. Jesus. If the drug companies don't lower prices within 180 days, I don't know what's meant to happen between 30 and 180 days. I might as well just go on a picnic or something. I don't know. But after 180 days.
Go down to RFK's waterhole. His bacteria.
Swim in the bacteria.
Infested waterhole.
If there aren't lower prices after 180 days, the order gives RFK authority to propose rules and restrictions on drug companies and imports. The most favoured nation model is one suggested way, but they say do whatever you like to reduce the prices. Essentially, it just leaves it up to RFK just to come up with some way.
Yes.
Which I'm not sure I share their confidence in RFK.
Worm, get to work. Yes. We've got some thinking to do.
But anyway, they don't even cite a legal authority here. They just say just make it happen and make it stick, please. Even if you could pull it off, it would take a long time.
Yes.
It would take years.
Once again, very much longer timelines than Trump is prepared to tolerate.
Yes. The order also doesn't specify whether this is just to make Medicare drugs cheaper or Medicaid drugs cheaper or private health insurance drugs cheaper. All three of them have different pools of funding. So all three of them, it could be one of them or the other or all of them. That's up to RFK, I guess. Obviously, these are very important decisions. The executive order does not answer any of them. Just a little aside.
Yeah.
He may have lower prices for pharmaceuticals if he doesn't charge them tariffs like he intends to.
That is an excellent point, Chaz.
He's explicitly promising a pharmaceutical tariff.
Yes.
Anyway, okay, so that is what the executive order does.
Yes.
It just throws the hot potato to RFK.
It's a good example of just things you can't do through executive orders.
Yes.
Wanting lower drug prices is a laudable aim.
Yes.
As you said, it's something that has been consistently thwarted by Trump's own party.
Yeah.
It is going to take legislation to do it. It is going to require Congress to do it. Now, just imagine an alternative world in which at the beginning of Trump's second term, when he has maximum political capital, instead of doing all of the bullshit that he did, instead of giving Congress just these instructions of you've got to get my big, beautiful bill through, while alternately ignoring things and doing things specifically to piss them off. Imagine if he had said, the first piece of legislation I want this through in the first few months is legislation to lower drug prices. It's basically democratic legislation which Republicans can own to lower drug prices. Would Republicans in Congress have stood in his way? Not enough. Not enough, because Democrats would have got behind it.
They absolutely would have.
Just imagine if Trump had actually done that in his first term. It would have been pretty big. Sure, probably not as big as what he's imagining, but that would have been pretty significant, far more significant than anything else that he's achieved so far. That's what he could have done if his mind was actually in some kind of headspace of needing Congress to do things rather than trying to accomplish everything through executive order. To make the point again, because the comparisons between Trump and FDR keep getting made, FDR wasn't just doing executive orders. FDR was getting tons of legislation through Congress. Admittedly, he had a much more stacked Congress than Trump has, because Democrats had won enormous victories. But on something like this, he would have got Democratic cooperation, right? Democrats would have been tripping over themselves to do this.
Yeah.
If he'd been serious
They
about
still
it.
are.
Yeah.
They still are. I mean, let me read you a quote from Bernie Sanders.
Yeah.
I agree with President Trump. It's an outrage that the American people pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. It's beyond unacceptable that we pay in some cases 10 times more for the same exact prescription drugs than people in other major countries. But let's be clear. The problem is not that the price of prescription drugs is too low in Europe and Canada. The problem is that the extraordinarily greedy pharmaceutical industry made over $100 billion in profits last year by ripping off the American people. Further, as Trump well knows, his executive order will be thrown out by the courts. If Trump is serious about making real change rather than just issuing a press release, he will support legislation I will be introducing to make sure we pay no more for prescription drugs than people in other major countries.
Yes.
If Republicans and Democrats come together on this legislation, we can get passed in a few weeks. That is literally what his executive order supposedly does.
Yes. Yeah.
Bernie Sanders will work with him.
Yes.
Ro Khanna tweeted out, I am willing to introduce Trump's executive order exactly as written as legislation to be bipartisan and get something done for the American people.
Yes.
Any Republicans willing to co-sponsor. He literally, word for word, will introduce that executive order as legislation.
Yes, yeah.
Josh Hawley.
Oh, I was going to say, that's the first Republican who comes to mind who will go for this.
Josh Hawley already has a bill on the floor of the Senate with Peter Welch called the Fair Prescription Drug Prices for Americans Act, which literally keeps pharmaceutical companies from charging higher drug prices in America than the average in Canada, France, Germany, Japan, Italy, and the United Kingdom, with penalties of 10 times the price difference per unit sold for violations.
Yes.
That's just what Trump wants.
Yeah.
The bill is there. Now, to be fair to Trump, and I try to be fair, to be fair to Trump, he is not unaware that this will work better as legislation.
Right.
They have tried to get this through as legislation in the big, beautiful bill.
That's the problem. Try to do it all through this big, fucking stupid bill.
Yes, no, I know. And the House Republicans just said, no.
Yes.
I 100% agree with what you just said.
Yeah.
In week one,
he's
rather than sending people to El Salvador, he should have come out of the gates. I mean, he could have arrested criminals and gang members if he wanted to, but he should have come out the gates with let's do pharmaceutical prices.
Yes.
He would have had enough Republicans and enough Democrats to get it up.
Definitely would have.
And he would have had approval in the 60s.
Yes.
It would have sent him on a completely different trajectory.
Yes.
That was exactly the kind of thing I was fearing that he might do. Because the economy was so well...
he might have done something competent.
No, but the economy was so well positioned for him. He could have easily... I remember saying this on PEP and on Play America that there was a chance.
Yeah.
Only an outside chance because of what Trump's personality is.
Yes, yeah.
But there was a chance that this second term could have been Reagan-esque in terms of just coming from being an absolute shit stain that everyone's just laughing at. And then just all of a sudden, oh my God, the economy's going incredibly well.
Yeah.
You're super popular.
Yeah.
He could have done that, but he chose not to. So, anyway, the main knock on this, apart from the fact that it should be legislation, is that it's hypocritical.
Right.
Because these very much look like price controls. And I'm old enough to remember an election campaign last year. Where Trump was very much against price controls. In fact, he gave Kamala Harris the trifecta, if I recall. This is communist, this is Marxist, this is fascist.
Right.
for her price controls.
That's right, yes, yeah.
For what it's worth, RFK does say these aren't price controls. Let's hear his argument.
There are some critics of this who say, look, these are price controls, almost neo-socialist price controls on drug prices. What's your answer to that?
My answer is it's getting rid of price controls because the European governments have told the drug companies, here is the maximum price we're going to pay. We're not going to pay any more. If you don't give us this price, you can't sell it in our country. That is the epitome of a price control. President Trump is returning the marketplace.
What?
I disagree with your tone. I actually think he's correct when he says that this is removing European price controls. Like Europe at the moment, the government sets the prices, right? And this is stopping them from doing that. So it is removing European price controls. But what it's doing is it's introducing American price controls.
Yes, yeah. Nice. Like, I agreed with the point that it's price controls.
Yeah.
But where's Trump's like, no, it's bringing back the market. No, the market's what they've got currently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, America's got covered.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. But but it's so what this is doing is it's reducing price controls in other countries.
Yeah.
But increasing them in America. That's what it's doing. Anyway,
Yes.
so I just want to make that point. But will it work? Okay, well, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Executive order, zero chance.
Yes.
And by the way, remember, Trump tried this in his first term.
I forgot about that.
Exactly the same executive order. And you know what
Yeah.
happened? The court struck it down.
Yes.
Twice.
Yeah.
There were procedural reasons, and that's why they would do it again.
Mm.
In fact, when the court struck it down twice
Mm.
in his first term,
Yeah.
that was before Loper Bright. The case from the Supreme Court last year, which held that agencies aren't allowed to introduce regulations that
That's right.
aren't substantially spelled out by Congress in legislation.
Yes.
This clearly is not spelled out by legislation anywhere.
Yeah.
This has just been made up now.
Yeah.
So there is absolutely no way the Supreme Court would let this get through. Just zero chance.
Yes.
Sorry, RFK, you're going to work very hard for naught. But so it's going to get struck down. But let's just argue for the sake of argument.
Yeah.
If it did happen, would it work?
No.
No, it won't work.
Not going to work.
No,
you go.
Okay, all right. There's a very simple reason why it will not work, regardless, and that is because drug companies have the ability to offer rebates that are private under confidentiality legislation.
Yep.
So what that means is a drug company, if they're offering Australia, say, half price, they can say to Australia, well, we're going to charge you full price from now on, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, and they'll give them a secret rebate under the table of half price. So Australia's still paying half price.
Yes.
But America is now tying it to the full price, which is the public price.
Yes.
So you just game it. There's just this idea, while lovely, it won't work in the real world.
Yeah.
And, so sorry,
Yeah.
RFK again. You're wasting your time, mate. Go back to eating squirrel.
Yeah.
It's also, by the way, not at all clear that other countries would even accept high prices.
No.
If you go to the UK and you go, hey, we've got this new synthetic version of Panadol with a slightly different name and a slightly different colour.
Yeah.
Now you need to pay $7,000 a pill. They'll go, stuff you. We'll just use the old one.
Yes.
Which is what most innovation is.
That was why I was thinking it wouldn't work.
Yeah.
There would be kind of a standoff for a brief period of time where these countries just aren't buying new drugs.
Yeah.
And then everyone would cave in really quickly.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there we go. So we've got both of them out in the end.
Yep.
I should say though that this would, the pharmaceutical companies also say this will reduce innovation. When you reduce our profits, we'll reduce innovation because our research and development comes out of our profits. They say this all the time.
Yeah.
Look, maybe it would reduce innovation a bit. There's no way we can know in advance, despite what they say.
Yeah.
The truth is, research and development is not a massive part of their spending.
No, it's not.
Advertising is.
Yes.
And stock buybacks is. But anyway, it's not as big as part of their spending as they pretend it is, at the very least. I tell you how you can tell it's not going to work. Look at the investor reactions.
Right.
In pre-market trading, when Trump was hyping the hell out of this, the pharmaceutical stocks all went down. As soon as he announced it and they saw the details, they all went up. Merck went by 6%, Pfizer went by 4%, the biotech index went by 4%. Clearly, they weren't too worried about it.
Yeah, I saw during that RFK interview, it showed all of the tech stocks going up. Yes.
Yeah.
All the pharmaceutical stocks going up.
Although, to be fair, I'll just add one more thought about this, and that is, if you've actually read the executive order, which I reckon most people haven't.
Yeah.
There is more to it than just this most favored nation stuff. They're just throwing spaghetti at a wall here.
Yes.
Like it's just, honestly, RFK, do whatever you can, mate. They suggest importing drugs from countries like Canada and Europe, like other countries, but they've talked about forever.
Yeah.
That's in the bill as well. So that's an executive order as well.
Are they going to be subject to tariffs?
That's a great question, Dave. Also, another thing they've talked about forever, seeking to allow Americans to buy drugs directly from manufacturers rather than having pharmaceutical middlemen.
Yep.
That's another thing I've talked about forever. That's in the executive order as well. I don't know if any of these things are possible. I don't know if RFK is going to get any of them. But honestly, Trump is just throwing his hands up and just saying, please, please make me popular.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes. Anything to add, Dave?
Nothing to add.
Okay. Well, why don't you get into the new Pope? I know this is your area.
Okay, yes. So the new Pope, this was, at least in living memory, the fastest election of a Pope.
Yep.
Only 2 rounds were involved before the white smoke showed. The big headline is First American Pope.
Yes.
Now, this is quite significant because Catholics have been in the United States for a long time. But the relationship between American Catholics and the Catholic Church has often been a complicated one.
Yep.
Okay, so just to go back to the beginning, Catholics first came to America when a particularly tyrannical Protestant king of England said, all these Catholics in England, we don't really want them here. So we've got this nice patch of unredeemable swampland in the American colonies. You can go and have that, right? And they called it Maryland. But then it actually turned out that Maryland had a bit of value. So these poor Catholics ended up getting thrown out of their own colony by the Protestants. Not good times for American Catholics at that point. But when they fought in the Revolutionary War alongside Protestants, they showed their loyalty to the new republic, unlike a lot of the Church of England Americans who remained loyal to the crown.
Well, it's the Church of England.
But at that point, they were still a pretty small population of the United States. The big expansion of the Catholic population started, first of all, with waves of Irish immigration in the early 19th century, propelled, unfortunately, by the potato blight. That was followed by waves of Catholic immigration from southern Germany, also propelled by famine, unfortunately. Then the waves of Italian immigration in the 1880s. So it's very much been seen as the immigrant religion in the United States, even though it's like that's among groups who have been in the United States for hundreds of years now. Do you know when the term Americanism was first used?
No.
The term Americanism was actually first used to complain about what some European Catholics saw as a uniquely American heresy that was going on among Catholics in America. Now, this was at a time when all kinds of countries which had traditionally been dominated by the Catholic Church, that relationship was changing. Catholics were, if not directly under attack, certainly they were losing their privileged positions in places like France. And the Catholic Church's whole approach at that point was Catholics needed to get closer to the state, right? So they needed to embrace the French Republic, stop bitching about it, reclaim their rightful kind of position in the bosom of the state. But of course, this was not the American approach because of at that point, they didn't have separation of church and state in the United States, but they certainly had separation of the Catholic Church from the United States. But this was an arrangement that American Catholics embraced. They actually embraced their distance from the state. And they, as I said, wasn't full separation of church and state, but it was there was generally more separation between churches and the state. Now, Catholics in Europe didn't like this, right? They saw this as this was not the correct way for the Catholic Church to go. They should not be embracing this separationism. They were also suspicious of liberalism and modernism among the American Catholic clergy, especially the Irish Catholic clergy on the East Coast. They thought they were embracing liberalism and modernism too much. So all of this came under the sort of heretical heading of Americanism. And you know which pope wrote a document which in general praised the Catholic Church in America, but nonetheless condemned Americanism as a heresy.
Is it Leo the 13th?
It was Leo the 13th. Yes, absolutely right. Leo the 13th was a major advocate of workers' rights, but he was very conservative theologically. So this is irony corner.
That's very rich.
Yes. So the first American Pope has named himself Leo the 14th, very specifically referencing Leo the 13th, who condemned the Americanist heresy back in the 1880s. He is American. He's from the south side of Chicago, as we said. The very important fact, he's a Chicago White Sox fan, apparently. But he is not just American. So he spent a lot of his career in Peru. Yes. I think not that long after he became a priest, he went to Peru.
Yep. That is correct. He went in 985. He became a priest in 982, and he went in 985 to Peru.
And he has gone back and forth between the United States and Peru since then, but he's actually become a Peruvian citizen.
He has.
In 2015.
Yep.
I think.
Right. Yep.
Obviously, a fluent Spanish, apparently pretty gifted linguist, fluent in Spanish.
Italian, Portuguese.
Is he fluent in Latin? I assume so.
I assume so too. He definitely conducts mass in Latin.
Yeah. Well, if you can speak all of those, then I'm sure you can speak Latin. So, okay. Now, so when he's referred to as an American Pope, it's American in a geographically inclusive sense. Okay. He is certainly, in many ways, in the mold of Pope Francis. Now, when Pope Francis died, a lot of conservatives within the Catholic Church had this misplaced optimism that now was going to be time to get one of their own in, right? It would be like getting Ratzinger in again back in the day. That now was the time that after all of this liberalism, or if not quite liberalism, all of this sort of openness, progressivism, from Pope Francis, that it was time to get one of their own in, possibly an African cardinal, because that's where some of the strongest ranks of the conservatives are. This was always a pipe dream. You know why?
Why?
Because 80% of the cardinals were appointed by Pope Francis.
Yes.
Right? It was going to be someone else in the Francis mold who was following, in general, Francis's ideas about where the churches should be going, sometimes referred to as the church of the periphery. In other words, a church devoted to growth in the developing world and devoted to preaching to the most marginal members of society, which was always Francis's big crusade. Far, far less attention on the things that conservatives really care about.
Yeah.
So now, having said all of that, it's kind of widely regarded that Robert Prevost, or Pope Leo XIV, is probably referred to a bit more moderate than Francis, perhaps not as progressive. Some of his ideological positions are a bit of a mystery. Like they don't really... They think he may want more inclusive roles for women, don't really know where he stands on LGBTQ issues, but certainly on some issues he is quite progressive, specifically the ones in which he has clashed with the Trump administration, and specifically the Trump administration's most prominent Catholic, J.D. Vance.
Yes.
So... when J.D. Vance was...
Sorry.
Yes.
Before you talk about that,
yes,
can I just throw in something about his bio? Which is very relevant to what you're about to talk about.
Yeah.
Which is, I'm as always, I'm going to come in a bit later on, but I just want to just add in the most important part of his bio, I think, is when he went to Peru.
Yes.
He joined the Augustinian mission. Right now, he's actually the first pope who was an Augustinian. You might want to know what an Augustinian is. The Augustinians are a religious order. Founded in 1244. Their whole thing is living amongst the people humbly, living on charitable donations. They're all about pastoring to the poor and the weak. Missions, helping out, charity, that kind of stuff. Right. He came and he went back and forth with Peru, like Dave said. But the Augustinian thing is a huge deal to him. He ended up actually becoming the prior general of the Augustinians, which is like the leader. and also the Augustinians are very theological as well. So it means he's a heavy hitter theologically, probably a heavier hitter than Francis was.
Yes.
As far as theological goes. And it also means he's got a huge amount of pastoral experience. But it also means he's going to be very steeped in the intellectual traditions of the church, because that's what the Augustinians do. It also, this is also part of why he won the position. His missionary work, it means that he knows a lot of South American cardinals.
Yes.
They would feel a kinship with him, and his experience would have won him over to the African and Asian cardinals, where there's a lot of missionary work as well.
Yes.
So that would have helped him as well. But the thing about missionary work is that makes you, missionary work in South America makes you particularly interested in the issue of immigration.
Yes, it absolutely does.
This is total thing is immigration, right?
Yes, yep.
And also the theology of the Augustinians, because what you're about to talk about with J.D. Vance,
yes,
that Ordo Amaris thing,
yep,
that happens to be an Augustinian theory.
Yes.
So now I've said that, go on.
So we talked about this a few episodes ago when J.D. Vance rather confusedly said that the doctrine of Ordo Amaris means that you actually prioritize some people over others in terms of love.
Yes.
And which he, as I said, J.D. Vance basically presented this as this sort of common sense doctrine. And look, to a lot of people, it is a common sense idea that you love your family first and, your community next and your country next. Okay, that may be a common sense belief, but that is not Christian doctrine.
No, that's not. That is, in fact, the direct opposite of the Ordo Amaris. The whole concept of the Ordo Amaris is that you've got these Russian dolls of love.
Yes, yeah.
Like where you got yourself,
yes,
your family, then your community, then your country, then the world, right? But the whole point of it is while people naturally tend to focus on the inside, the whole point of Ordo Amaris is that you are meant to be encouraged to broaden your heart, to expand your heart to wider and wider groups of people.
Yes.
Because to make room for God, which is infinite, you have to expand your heart. And by expanding your heart, you make room for everyone else, especially the unfortunate and the immigrants.
Yes.
And all those people. So actually, J.D. Vance got it 100% wrong, even though he was saying the right... Using the right nouns, he was using the wrong verbs.
Yes.
If you know what I mean.
My guess is he'd half read a Rod Dreher tweet or something before he came out.
Yeah, and so Leo slapped him down a bit.
Yes.
He actually specifically tweeted out an article from National Catholic Reporter entitled "J.D. Vance is wrong. Jesus doesn't ask us to rank our love for others." But when he did that, it wasn't an anti-Trump thing. It wasn't a political thing. It wasn't him trying to wave his dick around. It was just because J.D. Vance completely screwed up the thing he stands for more than anything else.
Yes.
And he was just trying to set him straight.
Yes.
That's what was going on.
That's right. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So now, is it a surprise that he was elected just when the whole progressive Catholic world is extremely worried about Trump? Is it a coincidence that they elect this sort of progressive-ish American Pope who has directly contradicted the Trump administration on this stuff? He might have got elected anyway. Rob Manfred might have admitted the Chicago White Sox to the Hall of Fame anyway. Who knows? But it does very much look kind of like a response to Trump.
It could be.
Yeah.
It could be.
Yeah.
I mean, look, he has a lot of advantages.
Yes.
Regardless.
Yes, he does.
But
yes.
Because it wasn't just on top of that as well, Pope Francis appointed him to be prefect of the dicastery for bishops.
Yes, yeah.
Which is the person responsible for selecting bishops
That's right.
worldwide.
Yes, yeah.
Which is also a handy position to have.
Yes, yeah.
When you're then getting
That's
voted
right.
by
And-
cardinals.
And as we've been emphasising, we shouldn't attribute every single election result to Trump.
Yes.
yeah. But this might have been another one where Trump was a background factor.
It might have been a background effect. But
Yeah.
but just to finish off that thought,
Mm.
as head of the dicastery, he's involved in vetting bishops, making new appointments. He can literally get on the phone and chat to any bishop anytime. He knows them all.
Yes.
And so he's a very powerful networker as a result of that.
Yes.
So that is, and that's also a good reason, apart from the fact it helps him get the numbers.
Yes.
That is what would make you a good pope as well.
Yes.
An ability to understand your flock.
Yes.
And to work with them.
That's right.
So he's well positioned.
Yes.
Regardless.
Yes, he is.
And as you say, he's kind of a trusted lieutenant of Francis who appointed him to all this stuff.
Yes, yeah.
But at the same time, he doesn't have some of Francis's baggage.
No, that's right.
And so there's a lot to this guy, I reckon.
Yes, yeah. He's 69 years old, which at this point it's kind of sad. It's like, wow, great. Someone born in the second half of the 20th century. But yeah, that is relatively young by contemporary Pope standards.
Yes.
So you'd expect him to be around for quite a while.
He's the first Pope who wasn't priest age when Vatican II happened.
Wow.
And he's probably going to be the last Pope to remember pre-Vatican II.
Yeah.
Like he's this kind of transition Pope.
Mm.
Like I think he was like 11 or 12 or whatever.
Oh, okay. Interesting point. I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's,
yeah, now it's not all good.
No, it's not. Well, we haven't even mentioned his sex abuse scandal.
Yes.
that's not all good.
Yes. Now it's not that he was accused of sex abuse.
No. It was when there was two instances where he was in charge when allegations came to him, and he's been accused of not dealing with it as well as he should have.
Yeah,
once when he was in Chicago, once when he was in Chicago.
And it was to do with priests being relocated after, very credible allegations were made against them, and he signed off on those, including one where a priest was moved in close proximity to a school.
Yes, that's the Chicago one.
Yeah. Now, what his defenders argue is he didn't actually really have any input into that decision. Yeah. That was a formality that he signed off on it. Yeah. And at that time, there was unfortunately so much of this stuff going on that really probably anyone in a senior leadership position in the church would be open to the same problem.
Yeah, and in the Peru situation, the diocese says that he followed all the procedures he's meant to follow. He's the one who opened the investigation. They say the Vatican closed the investigation, not him, and that he personally both received and attended to the victims. He was looking after the victims as a pastor,
yes,
they say.
Yeah.
And they also say he's the one who encouraged the victims to take the case to the civil authorities as well.
Yes, yeah.
But the problem is that same diocese that says all that.
Yes.
It also came out like a week ago that they paid $150,000 to the three girls to silence them. So no one's really liking that diocese right now.
No. But I think there certainly is an argument to say these all really reflect institutional problems of the Catholic Church rather than him directly now. Have they fixed those institutional problems? Don't know.
Not.
Yeah.
Okay, now there's an area where I might be slightly different to you, Dave.
Yeah.
And which I'll flesh out now.
Okay.
Which is the where he sits on the spectrum kind of a thing.
Okay.
I think that you've got him further to the left than I've got him. And I'll tell you why. I'll go through this, okay? Because in terms of politics. Yeah. As far as politics, he's probably more on the left, even though he is a registered Republican. A registered Republican who hasn't voted since the 2016 primary. You can do the maths on that one, but he's pro-environment like Francis.
Yeah.
We've already talked about his outreach towards the poor and the migrants. He's tweeted a whole bunch of stuff that Democrats like. Like it's in April he retweeted a guy talking about Trump and Bukeley's El Salvador deportation, saying, quote, do you not see the suffering? Is your conscience not disturbed? How
Yes.
can you stay quiet?
Yeah.
In 2018, he retweeted a cardinal talking about family separations, saying there is nothing remotely Christian American or morally defensible about policy that takes children away from their parents and warehouses them in cages. This is being carried out in our name, and the shame is on us all. You'll notice it's all about immigration.
Yes, yeah.
In 2017, he retweeted a cardinal calling refugee bans a dark hour of US history, saying the world is watching as we abandon our commitment to American values. Again, refugees. In 2020, he tweeted a bunch about George Floyd, all sort of left-type tweets. We need to hear more from leaders in the church to reject racism and seek justice, all that kind of stuff. In 2022, he tweeted about the Pope calling the Russian invasion of Ukraine rivers of blood flowing in Ukraine. And, of course, the J.D. Vance thing. I should say, he doesn't tweet much at all, but a fair proportion of what he tweets is actually political.
Yes, yeah.
He tweeted not at all in 2004, 5 times in 2024, 5 times in 2025, but in that 5 times, there were 2 retweets about the Pope's health, and the rest were immigration, Bukeley,
Yes.
J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
So that's enough for Laura Loomer to simply tweet out in caps, woke Marxist Pope. Now that might have been what the kind of thing you were referring to before when you were talking about the politics, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. He's not very he's unsurprisingly quite anti-abortion.
Yes, yeah, of course. Yeah.
And also on the LGBTQ, Francis said, if someone is gay and he searches for the Lord and has goodwill, who am I to judge?
Yeah.
Whereas by contrast, Leo in a 2012 address, admittedly this is 2012, said the following: Western mass media is extraordinarily effective in fostering within the general public enormous sympathy for beliefs and practices that are at odds with the gospel. For example, abortion, homosexual lifestyle, euthanasia. He blamed the mass media for fostering so much, quote, sympathy for anti-Christian lifestyle choices that when people hear the Christian message, it often inevitably seems ideological and emotionally cruel. Catholic pastors who preach against the legalization of abortion or the redefinition of marriage are portrayed as being ideologically driven, severe, and uncaring, which suggests to me he's not about to come out for gay marriage,
No.
for instance, right? Like he's a Catholic. That's not a surprise. And also a Catholic theologian. So
Yes,
it's not a big surprise.
Theologian,
Thank you. They move slowly in the Catholic Church. But here's my point. My point is that he's clearly focused on tradition when you look at him. Now, we who aren't Catholic, we focus on gay rights and abortion and stuff that is relevant to us. We don't give a shit what smock he wears, right? But the Catholics do.
Yes, yeah.
They care about that shit.
Yes, yeah.
Right? And Francis was as against all that as you possibly could be. He
was,
got
yes.
in there and he just tore it all up.
Yes, yeah.
And the right-wing Catholics, that's the stuff they get offended by.
Yes.
Whereas he does not seem like that at all. He embraces traditional Latin Mass, which Francis restricted the use of.
Yes.
Apparently, Leo privately celebrated traditional Latin Mass. Perhaps he got permission from Francis to do so.
Yeah.
On his debut as Pope, he wore traditional papal vestments, which Francis did not. He's choosing to live in the traditional papal residence. Francis did not. He gave the crowd a traditional papal blessing that hasn't been used since 1939. He's picked a traditional coat of arms. He seems to, these are all little things, none of which any of us care about, but they are all an indication he cares about tradition, which once again, as an Augustinian, makes perfect sense.
Yes, it does.
That's all kind of consistent. The choice of the name Leo, as he says about Leo the 13th.
Yep.
Leo XIII was a pope between 1878 and 1903, which is a time of tremendous social and economic change, like now, and growing inequality, like now. Like you said, he's the Pope of the workers because of his 1891 encyclical, which highlighted the rights and dignities of workers.
Yes.
But also, and he also said a small number of very rich men have been able to lay up on the teeming masses of the labouring poor a yoke which is very little better than slavery itself, as it emphasised just wages and inclusive society, and even supported labour unions, even though it was very anti-socialism. But it focused on human dignity rather than political debate in particular. And it was the beginning. Leo XIII is associated with being the starter of the modern Catholic social justice tradition.
Yes.
Focused on concern for the poor and oppressed, which is why Leo XIV sees himself as part of that tradition.
Yes.
But once again, the tradition.
Yeah.
150-year tradition.
Yes.
Once again, that's the way he sees himself. And he didn't call himself Francis II.
No.
He went to the origins of the tradition and identified himself with that.
Yes.
So I think that's important as well. So what I'm saying is that I don't think, even though I think the fact that he's so big on immigration issues like that is incidental to the politics. It's not about the politics. It's about the Augustinian tradition.
Yes, yeah.
And that's not a left-wing tradition. In fact, it's often going to be extremely conservative. But just in our politics today,
yes,
Trump makes these things seem like they're left-wing. But a different president, a different time, a different context.
Yes.
I think Francis is going to seem left-wing no matter when he's around. Whereas I think this guy, in a different context down the road, could seem extremely right-wing. Because I think he's about tradition more than about progressive politics, I would say. That's my take.
His positions on a lot of issues are still a bit of a mystery.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Definitely. Let's put it this way. I don't think you're ever going to see this guy be pro-women priest, for instance.
Oh, no. No. That's not
Yeah.
that's not within the realm of possibility. It's about admitting women to the dicastery, potentially. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He does seem to be really into peace as well. And given that he happens to have become Pope at a time of a lot of war.
Yes.
I could see him weighing into Israel-Gaza.
Yeah.
I could see him weighing into Russia-Ukraine.
Yep.
He seems to be quite big on that. In his early speeches, he talked a bit about that as well.
Yep.
So I'd be looking out for that maybe. If he's going to interfere with anything, it'll be that kind of stuff, I would suggest.
Yes.
Okay, so American political hacks, hold tight.
Yes.
Including Laura Loomer.
Woke Marxist.
Okay, well, we got a little bit of time, but I want you to do your topic.
Okay.
Which is white South Africans.
Okay. Yeah. So let's talk about the South African refugees.
Yeah.
So 49 South African refugees have just arrived in the United...
Whatever.
Yeah.
A number.
Yeah. Let's just say a very small number compared to the number of white South Africans who have not fled to the United States as refugees.
That is correct, although more might be coming because 8,000 have said they want to come.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So the first thing I want to note before we go into this issue goes back a long, long way. In 2023, a very young, at the time, Lockie contacted me when he was working for Pedestrian.
Amazing.
This was when Republicans were comparing Trump to Nelson Mandela. And Lockie asked me, can you give me a quote on this? Something spicy. We want something spicy.
That sounds like Lockie.
Those were dark days.
Yeah. And I said...
People are going to look Lockie's work up now.
Pedestrian. But I thought about this for a few minutes, and my spicy answer was that congressional Republicans gave Trump far more support than they ever gave to Nelson Mandela when he was a political prisoner.
That's spicy.
Okay. During the apartheid years, American conservatives saw the apartheid regime as a useful ally against communism. They didn't necessarily like everything that the apartheid regime was doing, but they saw the ANC as a communist front that needed to be stopped. And quite a few white Americans had sympathy with what the white South Africans were doing. So that's the kind of origins of all of this. In general, the supposed plight of white South African farmers, and we'll get into just how real that is a little bit later. This has become a sort of global symbol of what I would call white internationalism. right? This is the idea that white nationalists all around the world want to use South Africa as a cautionary tale of this is what happens when you let the coloured hordes take over, right? And so the idea that genocide is being committed against white farmers, that in the words of one provocateur, that being a white farmer in South Africa is the most dangerous occupation on earth. This is all very important to that global white nationalist narrative that whites are under threat everywhere if you let the people of colour get out of control, right? So that's the deep sort of background to this. Wherever you hear stories of white genocide in South Africa, you've got far-right groups promoting it somewhere. Now, in terms of what's actually been going on with violence, there certainly has been violence against white farmers in South Africa. It's certainly true. Farmers in general, or people who work on farms, are seen as easy targets because they're isolated. They're often, they're a long way from any kind of help.
Yep.
There's a pattern in homicides against farmers and farm workers that have taken place, that it often happens at the end of the month. Which is when they have the cash to pay farm workers. So often robbery is the motive. It's not just white farmers who get killed. A lot of black farm workers and black security guards also get killed in these farm murders. And farm murders do happen at an alarmingly high rate. In South Africa, and sometimes there are very distinct elements of anti-white cruelty on display there, such as like deliberately dismembering Afrikaans Bibles and putting them on the corpses and things like that, right? Not to deny any of that. Is this genocide? No.
Yeah, genocide's a big call, I would thought.
Genocide is a huge call.
Yeah.
And the very sad fact is South Africa has the third highest homicide rate on earth, behind Mexico and it's another Central American country. I think it might be Honduras. There's not a lot of good data on the racial identity of murder victims because the government doesn't keep it.
Yeah.
But the last time that police data was actually available was 2009, where they found that white victims were about 2% of murder victims, when at the time they were about 8% of the population. And there's been other work done by The Lancet in 2016, which found something fairly similar, 2.7% of homicide victims. To give it a little bit more perspective, so there was this big headline like one white farmer is killed every 5 days. It's actually more like every 8 days. But unfortunately, farm murders is basically at a rate of about one a week. But this is in a country where frequently you will get 50 murders a week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The numbers which because I've obviously I went through numbers as well. The numbers which I was looking at was, and what Dave said, there's no right or wrong answers here because like he said, there's no perfect numbers here.
Yes, yeah.
But I was looking at the AfriForum numbers. AfriForum is an Afrikaner rights group.
Yes,
So I figured if anyone was going to pick up Afrikaner farmers being killed, it'd be AfriForum.
Yes.
Right. And their numbers
Yep.
were 17 farmers killed last year.
Right.
Farmers, that is. Not farm workers.
Yes, yeah.
Farmers.
Yeah.
The reason I say farmers is the farmers are more likely to be white.
Yes, yeah.
Farm workers are more likely to be black.
Yes,
right?
yeah.
17 farmers killed last year. 11 direct family of those farmers killed as well.
Yep.
So let's say 28.
Yes.
Let's just assume 28 white farmers in 2024, even though we have no reason to assume they're white. But let's just assume that. In 2023, it was 42. Assuming that they're white. Now, that is a lot.
Yeah.
As you said, that's getting near one a week.
Yes, yeah.
But the numbers of South Africans killed in 2024 was 23,000.
Yes.
Okay, so let's say 40 South African farmers, let's say they're white.
Yeah.
So 40 white South African farmers are murdered every year. They represent 1/260th of the population, white farmers in South Africa. So at that rate, that would mean about 10,000 South Africans would be expected to be murdered at that rate. Like I said, it's over 20,000 that are murdered,
Yep.
which means the rate of black South Africans being murdered is twice that, more than twice that.
Yeah.
So South Africa is violent,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is your point.
And look, every murder is one too many.
Yeah,
But
totally,
when you use terms like genocide, you have to use them responsibly. And this is clearly not genocide.
Sorry, can we just play why we keep on throwing the word genocide around?
Now, this comes as you've halted virtually all refugee admissions for people fleeing famine and war from countries like Sudan and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Why are you creating an expedited path into the country for Afrikaners but not others?
Because they're being killed, and we don't want to see people be killed. Now, South Africa leadership is coming to see me, I understand, sometime next week. And, we're supposed to have I guess a G20 meeting there or something. But we're having a G20 meeting. I don't know how we can go unless that situation's taken care of. But it's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to write about. But it's a terrible thing that's taking place. And farmers are being killed. They happen to be white. But whether they're white or black makes no difference to me. But white farmers are being brutally killed, and their land is being confiscated in South Africa. And the newspapers and the media, television media, doesn't even talk about it. If it were the other way around, they'd talk about it. That would be the only story they'd talk about. And I don't care who they are. I don't care about their race, their color. I don't care about their height, their weight. I don't care about anything. I just know that what's happening is terrible.
Trump would never call what's happening in Gaza a genocide.
No.
And there are a shitload more innocent people getting killed there, I'll tell you that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, I just want to play that so people know
Yeah,
what we're
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about.
So yes.
That's why we're saying genocide, because he's saying genocide.
Yes. And just the final thing before we move on from genocide is the number of farm murders is definitely declining over time as well. The peak was 1998.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. But moving on to the other thing that he's talking about, which is expropriation.
Yes.
Okay. So this is what's got the Trump administration really riled up this year. Now, the first time that Trump started talking about wanting to bring white South African refugees in was actually 2018.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was the first time of attempting to put programs in place to do that as well. That was at the same time that in Australia, the Minister for Homeland Security, Peter Dutton, wanted to create an expedited pathway for white South African refugees.
We're an inspiration for all.
Yes. So I don't know who came up with the idea first, but anyway, so this was a big cause like 7 years ago. Then it basically got forgotten about. And now it's come back onto the agenda. One of the reasons that it's come back onto the agenda was because of a law that was passed by the South African government last year, which has been called the expropriation law. Okay, the background to all of this is that from 1913 onwards, black people were very legally restricted from owning land in South Africa.
Yep.
They were, I think by the 1930s, restricted to about 7% of the country in terms of land ownership. The long-term legacy of that is estimates vary as to how much farmland is owned by white South Africans. The number that you often see is 70%. And some who say it's lower than that it's around 50% because of redistribution efforts that have taken place. But anyway, it's a lot, given that white people are about 7% of the population.
But even the people who say about 50%.
Yes.
They also say that the white farms produce 90% of the agricultural product.
Right, yes.
They have the best farms.
Yes, yeah. Yeah. So now this land imbalance is a huge issue because of the fact that over the last 30 years, the ANC has not lived up to its promises of creating anything like economic equality in South Africa.
I got some numbers for you.
Yes.
White people typically have 20 times the wealth of black people. 1% of white South Africans live in poverty compared to nearly 2/3 of black South Africans. The black South African unemployment rate is 46% compared to 9% for white people.
Yes, right. And so basically what has happened under ANC rule is there has been a black middle class, quite a wealthy black middle class created in some cases. But for most ordinary South Africans, that original promise of Nelson Mandela remains out of reach. This has had political consequences for the ANC, namely that they have this increasingly powerful party to their left, known as the Economic Freedom Fighters, who are a lot more militant, want to nationalize a lot of mining resources, and who want a lot more land redistribution. Now, in terms of what has been happening in South Africa, land and land ownership and land use is a complicated issue because you have these vast tracts of white farmland, but you have a lot of black people living in these areas surrounded by white farmland. There's a lot of black use of this land going on. So, the reality of it is in a lot of South Africa that you get black people grazing cattle on white land. Yeah. Often sort of informal agreements are reached. There is also, though, a lot of kind of formal mediation that goes on. And I read a really interesting article in the Washington Post about an economic freedom fighters guy who goes around negotiating with white farmers and the surprisingly good relationship that white farmers have with him when they actually sit down to talking about problems. So he's the guy that if a white farmer's sheep gets stolen, he can identify the thief and make sure the thief is punished. If black people's cattle gets impounded, he's the one who can make sure that it's really, he can work out these local arrangements that are necessary. But that, you're not going to do it all through these local arrangements. The government still wants land reform. The government has actually bought a lot of farmland over the years and redistributed it. And that is still basically the plan. The plan is that in most cases, what they are going to do is to buy land and redistribute it. The expropriation law only introduced the possibility that under limited circumstances that land could be taken without compensation. And even AfriForum and groups like that recognize no farms have been taken from white South Africans or any South Africans in the year since these laws have been in place. By the way, these laws are completely racially neutrally written, although obviously given that 70% of the farmland is owned by white people, it will affect white people more. Now, the actual circumstances in which, as a last resort, the government can take land without compensation are very specific. They are, first of all, if the land isn't actually being used for agriculture, instead if the owner is holding onto it in order to sell it when the value of the property increases, right? So basically that's targeting land speculation that is actively partitioning off land from agricultural use. If the government has actually invested more in the land than the land is worth, so in other words, if all of the sort of aid and help packages that have been put into it, still the land is worth less than the value of that, then that is also a circumstance under which it can be expropriated. If a government agency holds it and isn't using it, then it can be expropriated. There's one other condition as well, but I'm forgetting. But it's basically around this issue of non-use.
Yeah.
Right. If it's not being used, then it's going to be then it is eligible to be expropriated. Okay. Very limited set of circumstances. Not that much land is not being used in that way, and they stress it is a last resort. It is a legal, constitutionally mandated mechanism. It is not the Zimbabwe-style seizure of farms, which I think is what people have in mind when they think about this.
And can I ask, because I know nothing about this.
Yeah.
Can I ask, if it's being used, does that mean it must be left alone, or does that mean if they want to take it, they have to pay fair market price?
Oh, look, it could be taken, but they would have to pay fair market price for it because South Africa's laws around taking farmland. It's similar to eminent domain laws in other countries. Yeah, so yes, land can be taken, but compensation has to be paid for it. Except under these circumstances where the concern is that the land isn't being used or the land is of such low value Because of the way that it's been used.
Okay.
So that's the specific piece of legislation signed into law by Cyril Ramaphosa. So this has reignited that I don't even want to call it like the Afrikaner lobby, because it's a very specific section of right-wing Afrikaners who have seen the opportunities that the Trump administration offers them in order to get hooked into this sort of global idea of the threatened whites. Right? There are some white South Africans who love being this global symbol of threatened whiteness. I'm certainly not saying that that's the majority of white South Africans, but anyway, this particular lobby has really been making a lot of this law, even as they acknowledge that no white farmers' land has been seized as a result. They say this will open it up for abuse. But it's really the American right that has gone crazy on this law, and specifically it's Elon Musk. Elon Musk has been tweeting out all kinds of things about this that range from ill-informed to completely uninformed. Yeah.
Even though he himself is not Afrikaner.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Ironically.
Yes, he's of English background. His father's only been there. His grandfathers were there in the 1930s, I think. Yes. Yeah, his grandfather was part of a very weird science fiction-inspired movement. Sorry, I've forgotten all of the details of that.
It's okay.
But anyway, I'll have to come back to that. So the South African government has been defending itself from the US government about these laws because these, progressively harsher things have been put in place. So it was the suspension of all aid in February, including aid that is very important for HIV. Yeah, now the US is, I'm not sure if it's going to boycott G20, but it's ordered its agencies not to cooperate with G20. And I think that the motto of it was something fairly bland like solidarity, equality, sustainability. And they're like, that's basically DEI. Yeah, South Africa's ambassador was expelled, Ibrahim Rasool, because he suggested quite correctly the sort of supremacist underpinnings of a lot of the things that Trump was saying, because he is getting all of this stuff from the far right. Okay, that can't be emphasized enough. This isn't just some neutral looking at the situation and going, oh, that's really bad for those white farmers. This is this just flood of global far right-wing propaganda about the plight of white South African farmers. And the big message of all of it is white people are the real victims of the world. And that white people need to be defended. Yeah, that the only refugees that you want are white people because they're the true refugees. They're the true pure white victims in all of this. That's the overall message of it all. We've seen versions of this in Australia as well. You see versions of it in a lot of white-dominated countries. These white South African farmers sort of becoming the emblem of it. And that's what this is all about.
I suppose my question to you, Dave, is you can have something that's hyped up, that's politicized, that is distorted, but you can also at the same time, as that is all the case, have a situation where if you are a white farmer in South Africa, you still legitimately fear gangs.
Yeah, absolutely.
And legitimately fear that you could be persecuted, not necessarily by the government, but by roaming bands of violent people.
Totally, yes.
Like we've seen many people from Central America apply for asylum based on less than that.
Yes, yeah.
I would have thought. And so
leaving but aside, also based on more than that. In many cases. Yes.
Well, I was going to say, leaving aside the politics of this, and especially the double standards, which we'll get to.
Yes,
are these people, at least some of these people, legitimately asylum seekers?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think that I've got a far more expansive view of what asylum should involve than the United States government at this point. Yeah.
I think I do as well.
Yes.
Which is why I ask.
Yeah, no, I definitely wouldn't say that their asylum claims should be denied, but I think that other people's asylum claims should be considered at the same time.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Okay, you keep going. I interrupted you.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, in terms of what a refugee crisis looks like, it looks like 12 million people spread across 3 Middle Eastern countries, which is the majority of the world's refugees. Like, that's what an actual refugee crisis looks like, as we said. I mean, yes, there are a few thousand white South Africans who, who want to leave, but that is out of a few million. Right.
Yes.
So
That's right.
I'm not saying that they have no claim, but the emphasis that the Trump administration is putting on them very much feeds into this narrative of white victimhood.
Very much. And I can't emphasize enough the double standards, which we're about to say.
Yeah.
But just before, I'm just going to say, I should point out that there is a coalition of 4 white religious leaders in South Africa, including Anglican priests, who wrote a letter about this, saying the stated reasons for Trump's actions are claims of victimization, violence, and hateful rhetoric against white people in South Africa, along with legislation providing for the expropriation of land without compensation. As white South Africans in active leadership within the Christian community, representing diverse political and theological perspectives, we unanimously reject these claims. For what it's worth.
Yep.
All right, you can keep on going.
I've just said basically everything.
Okay. Well, let me talk about the double standards then.
Yes,
because that is to me the key. I mean, I don't know a lot about the white South African issue. I find it easy to believe that if there are indeed 40 white South African farmers being killed every year, they've got reason to apply for asylum.
Yeah.
I can understand them being scared, and that is a classic reason. It's not a made-up reason. That's a classic reason to apply for asylum.
Yes,
that is racial prejudice leading to persecution and violence. That's why that's why asylum exists. So I've got no problems with people who legitimately fear that they could be murdered on behalf of because of their race applying for asylum. No problems at all. But this is after the refugee program has been suspended for every other person. Not only has it been suspended for everyone else, but 12,000 refugees who were fully vetted and already accepted in America and had a confirmed travel schedule. They had a ticket in their hot little hand.
Yes.
When the executive order was handed down, they were left stranded overseas. And that sucks. There is a court case about that right now, by the way, which I think the government's going to lose. So I think they're going to have to accept those refugees.
Yeah.
But we'll see about that. But it's the double standards. Okay, you can't go past the Afghanistanis or the Afghans, right? Because no one thinks Afghanistan is a great place to be other than Kristi Noem, who on the very day that we were talking about the white South Africans, cancelled the temporary protection statuses of of 11,700 Afghan refugees in America. Why did she cancel their temporary protected status? She said that improving conditions in Afghanistan have made it possible for them to return home. Afghanistan has had an improved security situation, and stabilising the economy no longer prevent them from returning to their home country. Though humanitarian need remains prevalent, the number of those in need of assistance has declined to 23.7 million this year, a decrease from the more than 29 million Afghan nationals in need reported the previous year. I'm sure that will be of great comfort to these people. There are only going to be 123 million people. Especially, I'm sure the women will be comforted by this news because I'm sure they're gonna go down a treat in Afghanistan. So this means deportation protections will end for those Afghans in 60 days, and then they've got to go. And remember, some of those people helped with the war effort as well. So they are heading back to possible, if not likely, retribution.
Yes.
That also is why the refugee program exists, by the way. There is one group exempted. Do you know? Can you guess the group that's exempted? The Afghan group that's exempted from losing their protection status? Christian Afghans. The government's worried they might face persecution if they return to their country. Like the rest of the refugees won't also be facing potential persecution. As an aside, by the way, cutting these guys off in America is also a signal to Pakistan to cut off their Afghan refugees because they're waiting to come to America.
Yes.
And Pakistan don't want them.
No.
There are between 600,000 and 1.5 million Afghan refugees sitting in Pakistan just stewing. And they're about to all get sent back because Pakistan is sick of them waiting for America. And that's going to be a humanitarian disaster as well.
Yep.
So why are these people considered more deserving of protection than the Afghans? That's a good question. Someone asked the Deputy Secretary of State, Christopher Landau, and this is what he said.
There are many people who fit the criteria of seeking help, who are fleeing persecution. Afghans, for example, they live in a country run by the Taliban, but they're being denied refugee status. So I'm wondering, why is such an exception been made for the Afrikaans, especially when the South African government says they're not in danger? And are you going to open up the refugee settlement program for others?
That pause, of course, was subject from the very beginning to exceptions where it was determined that this would be in the interest of the United States. Some of the criteria are making sure that refugees did not pose any challenge to our national security and that they could be assimilated easily into our country.
Now, a lot of people have leapt on that and they've said, here's the proof of the racism, saying that these guys would assimilate better than an Afghan or anyone else. I'm actually going to, for a moment, defend that concept.
Yeah.
To say, even though I think there should be a lot more refugees, Afghans and all the rest of it, I do think the white South Africans would assimilate easily into America. It's not because they're white. It's because 62% of them have college degrees compared to 35% of immigrants and 36% of native-born Americans. It's because they're rich. They have a median household income of $130,000.
Yes.
Compared to $78,000 for immigrants and $77,000 for native-born Americans. They're entrepreneurial. They've got a self-employment rate of 13% compared to 8% for immigrants and 5% for native-born Americans. These people are obviously going to assimilate well into a rich country.
Yes.
Right. So I don't think we should deny that.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
just because he's dressed like a frat boy going to a University of Illinois basketball game.
I don't think we should deny it, but that's as far as my charity goes because
Yes.
they have received serious special treatment. Let me count the ways. They were screened and processed in their own home country.
Yes.
Refugees don't often get that.
No.
They usually have to leave their country, go to some UN center, and then they're processed.
Yes,
right?
because they're not taken seriously as refugees unless they leave their own country because they're in immediate danger.
Exactly. Secondly, they were processed in less than 3 months. Refugees usually have to wait 18 to 24 months of processing. They are literally the fastest processed refugees in modern history. That's a fact.
Yep.
Thirdly, Trump sent a chartered flight to bring them over, funded by the US government. That does not normally happen. And when they arrived, they had a welcome party,
Yes.
a welcome delegation.
I was going to say,
of
this does
officials.
not look like the way that refugees usually arrive
No.
in America or anywhere else.
No, it doesn't. And
Yeah.
look, maybe the fact that some of them are rabid Trump super fans probably helps. But
And actually already have experience talking to the American media about what big fans they are of Trump. Yes.
Either way,
Probably helps.
there is an infuriatingly brazen double standard going on, which makes it very difficult to not get angry
Yeah.
in this situation.
Yes.
So much so, like the charity groups have just given up. Like the
Yeah.
Episcopal Church,
Yeah.
who have been resettling refugees for 40 years, just said, nah, we're
Yeah.
not doing this.
Yes, yeah.
We're out.
Yeah.
So that's how pissed off they got. So to me, I think it's okay for these people to get asylum.
Yeah, sure.
Theoretically, if
Yeah,
they
yeah.
go through the proper process.
Yeah.
But just what's happening to the Afghans in particular is just unconscionable. And it just makes you so angry
Yes.
that Trump is being so brazen with his trolling about this.
Yeah.
It's that's the thing that gets me.
Yep.
Yeah. It's for what it's worth, by the way,
Yep.
I reckon if I don't like that that elements of the left are writing off these people, the white South African farmers, and just treating them like it's a holiday or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't like that. What I reckon they should be doing, it's in everyone's interest, I think,
Yep.
is to use them as a precedent.
Yes.
Like to go, yeah, sure, we'll embrace you. That's the new standard for refugees.
Yeah.
Okay, so when we come back in, that's our standard.
Yes.
People who are discriminated against and persecuted like them,
Yep.
they can apply for asylum.
Yes.
That's what I'd be doing. But
Yep.
anyway, Any other thoughts on this topic?
No.
No. Okay. All right. Well, I think we've had a fair dash here, Dave.
Yes. I will leave the Steve Miller Habeas Corpus comedy hour to you.
It's always immigration that always gets it always ends up. It's because that's always me. And it's always technical, so I always leave it for one of my rants. Yeah, that's the only thing that's left over. There's as Dave put it, the Steve Miller Habeas Corpus comedy hour is going to be right after the White Flash, and then a little bit of correspondence and an update or two, and then we'll be out of here. So thank you very much, Dave.
My pleasure.
I'll see you guys after the White Flash with Lockie. Until then, stay peppy.
Stay peppy.
Welcome to the other side of the White Flash. I'm Chaz.
I'm Lachlan Lackey.
That is the Hourglass with a frame. We do have to apologise. We messed with the Hourglass, as you can see, but for the very best of reasons. Thank you so much to Neil, who has supplied this wonderful frame to us to house the Hourglass. Neil, you've been spoiling us for years. I feel like we should be recording 6-hour pods for you because we're underpaying you with my bloviating. Also, by the way, Neil sent us some wonderful seat cushions. I really should bring them in. He might not be able to put a sting together, Neil, but the man can stop our behinds from stinging, and that is okay by me. Thank you so much, Neil. Super, super grateful.
You have my vote for the next Pope.
There you go. That was worth it. Yeah, especially given Dave's knocked over the Hourglass like twice already. So it's obviously a sturdy Hourglass. Yeah. Thank you very much to our great friends who gave us that Hourglass.
And now even sturdier.
Yeah, let's not push it. So let's not push it literally and let's not push it metaphorically. We now have some protection. So thank you very much, Neil. Let's get into the content, the segment which I couldn't fit in with Dave in our 3 hours and 7 minutes because Lockie's already edited what we recorded yesterday. This is, I'll play the sting by popular selection from you guys. Your choice in the comments. You chose this one.
If I break the law, send me to El Salvador. Even if I don't break the law, send me to El Salvador.
Thank you so much for that, Sam. And thank
Well
you,
done, Sam.
Thank you, Dan, for your sting as well. Even though I didn't get the votes, we're going to keep it because there is going to be a time when we're going to need 2 El Salvador stings.
We're sending you both to represent Australia in Eurovision next year.
And you can be the Pope if Neil doesn't get to be the Pope. Okay. Habeas Corpus. On Friday last week, Stephen Miller decided to hold an impromptu press conference for no apparent reasons out in the middle of the road. Now, it wasn't to announce anything in particular. I don't want to suggest it was suspicious. Maybe Steve Miller's just a people person. When he sees people in the street, he just goes, "Here, I'll answer questions for you guys." But I'm going to play it long so you can see him just wandering up to these people. It's very, very strange that it's just, like, I presume this is outside the White House, but they're just people journos just standing in the road who Steve Miller assumed were there for him. There's a lot of people at the White House. Why would they be there for Steve Miller? He assumed, imagine he walked up and they just said, "Sorry, we were hoping for Kash Patel." Yeah. But anyway, he walks up, and he just starts his press conference, and you can see what he wanted to say.
I have a conference call that I need to run to, but since you all are graciously gathered here, I'll take a few questions. And I think you also just had like an hour with Caroline, so I don't want to step on that too much either. Hold on, there's a question back there first.
I have 2 quick questions. First, President Trump has talked about potentially suspending Habeas Corpus to take care of the illegal extradition trial. When could we see that happen, do you think?
Well, the Constitution is clear, and that, of course, is the supreme law of the land, that the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus can be suspended in a time of invasion. So I would say that's an option we're actively looking at. Look, a lot of it depends on whether the courts do the right thing or not. At the end of the day, Congress passed a body of law known as the Immigration and Nationality Act, which stripped Article 3 courts, that's the judicial branch, of jurisdiction over immigration cases. So Congress actually passed, it's called jurisdiction stripping legislation. it passed a number of laws that say that the Article 3 courts aren't even allowed to be involved in immigration cases. Many of you probably don't know this. I'll give you a good example. Are you familiar with the term temporary protected status, or TPS, right? So by statute, the courts are stripped of jurisdiction from overruling a presidential determination or a secretarial determination on TPS when the Secretary of Homeland Security makes that determination. So when Secretary Noem terminated TPS for the illegals that Biden flew into the country, when courts stepped in, they were violating explicit language that Congress had enacted, saying they have no jurisdiction. So it's not just the courts aren't just at war with the executive branch, the courts are at war, these radical rogue judges, with the legislative branch as well, too. So all of that will inform the choices the president ultimately makes. Yeah.
Okay, so I played the entire answer there because I want you to see the full context, even though we're not going to talk about the entire answer. It got a bit boring after a while. But that whole question and answer was sus as hell, if you ask me.
Why?
Well, I'll tell you. I'm glad you asked.
You told me to ask you.
That's right. Apart from the fact the whole press conference seems sus, he insists on going straight to the back of the press corps at the beginning there, picks out a Gateway Pundit reporter, of all people. Gateway Pundit is an obscure right-wing website, a website that Steve Miller is familiar with because they are super anti-immigration. And then this obscure person from obscure outlet decides to ask about habeas corpus when it's not in the news at all. That's a random, strange topic for them to bring up. And what about the question? You might not have heard it well because Lockie turned it up as loud as he could so that you could understand it. But the guy sounded like he was in the witness protection program or something. So I'll read it out again. I'll read out the transcript for you if you didn't follow it. Should I speak like this? His question is, President Trump has talked about potentially suspending habeas corpus to take care of the illegal immigration problem. When could we see that happen? Trump's never said that. What the hell is he referring to? Trump wouldn't even know what habeas corpus is. Like, there's no way Trump has said that. Trump has said that he's talked about potentially suspending habeas corpus to take care of the illegal immigration problem. No way.
If he said habeas corpus, he would claim that he invented the word habeas corpus.
He absolutely would. And then Miller uses that perfectly teed up question to deliver his obviously prepared threats to judges. So to me, that reeks of a setup question that Miller asked a hack to give him. So let's get into more detail now. What is habeas corpus? Because apparently Trump knows, so you should know as well. It's the legal principle that people who believe they've been unlawfully detained or imprisoned can petition a court for their release. Okay? You can't just be arbitrarily imprisoned for no reason. If you don't think you should be imprisoned, you deserve the right to challenge that. That's what habeas corpus is.
Sure.
It's not new. It's literally 1,000-year-old English legal principle from the 1200s. 1100s, I think, actually. It's close to 1,000. That is fundamental to not just all democracies, but all free societies of any kind. If the rule of law exists, they have habeas corpus. Okay, right. Fundamental. And Steve Miller reckons they should just get rid of it in America because he hates migrants so much. Can habeas corpus be suspended? Is he right? Yes, it can be suspended.
Interesting.
Habeas corpus has been suspended 4 times throughout US history. The first time was during the Civil War. Then also during Reconstruction, that's the period after the Civil War, when the federal government was literally at war with the Ku Klux Klan. Like, they literally took over counties.
Really?
Yes, you might not know that. That's a little, shall I say, dark era of American history.
Wow.
And, then in the Philippines in 1905, when America literally was facing insurrection from the Filipinos, because America used to own the Philippines before the insurrection. And then directly after Pearl Harbor in Hawaii in 1941. So these are pretty sick
Intense
times.
war times.
Yeah,
yes.
when habeas corpus was suspended. The Constitution spells out the circumstances in which you can. It's right there in the Constitution. Article 1, Section 9, Clause 2. The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended unless, when in cases of rebellion or invasion, the public safety may require it.
There's that I word again.
Invasion, exactly.
Yeah.
There's a reason they keep on going about invasions.
Oh, no, I see where this is going.
Yeah. So is Miller right then? No, everything he said is wrong. Remember...
You're going to have to be more specific than that.
No, don't worry, I will.
In reference to most things that we talk about Steve Miller saying.
I'm going to do my classic, let's go second by second thing. My little Steve Miller trick. Remember, and it's important to remember Steve Miller, as much as he pretends to be a lawyer, he never went to law school. The guy's not a lawyer. The guy's not even trained in law. The guy didn't even study law. The guy just likes to talk like he's a lawyer, and he likes to be disliked like a lawyer. That's it. He's got no idea what he's talking about. So let's break it down. Let's start at the beginning.
Well, the Constitution is clear, and that, of course, is the supreme law of the land, that the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus can be suspended in a time of invasion. So I would say that's an option we're actively looking at.
Oh, that's right. Let's just stop that. Right. Exactly. Thank you. First of all, habeas corpus, stroke that chin. Habeas corpus is not a privilege, like he just said. It's a right, number one, for everyone, for illegal immigrants as well, for people. If you're a person, and Steve Miller might deny that they're people, but if you are a person, you get habeas corpus if you're in America. Secondly, the Constitution does not say, like he just said, it can be suspended at the time of invasion. That's not what it says. Read the Constitution, Steve. I know you didn't go to law school. It says habeas shall not be suspended unless when in cases of rebellion or invasion, the public safety may require it. He missed off the second half, which is the important half. It can only be suspended when there is such an extreme national security emergency at a time of rebellion or invasion that the public safety requires it. I.e., there is no public safety unless you suspend habeas corpus. In fact, what that says is judicial review could itself exacerbate the emergency if you don't suspend it. And so that is why it must be suspended for the public safety. Okay? The public safety is the important bit.
It's a big one.
Yeah. Let's recall the times it has been suspended in the past. During a civil war, the public safety required the suspension of some rules during a civil war because the whole place was going to hell. When the KKK took over an entire county and they were trying to take the KKK down, they needed to avoid some niceties while they were taking them in because they were fighting for their lives. All right? A rebellion in the Philippines, a rebellion against America where people are killing each other with arms and guns and shit. That is a time when they just need to take people down, like right now. No time for court. Take them down. Put them in jail. That's when you need it, right?
Yeah.
And then finally, Pearl Harbor, the entire place was just flattened. There's explosions going off everywhere. There's no time for a court hearing when there is an explosion up your ass, right? So that is a time when it makes sense to suspend habeas corpus for a couple of days or a couple of weeks. Those 4 occasions all make perfect sense.
Can I ask, do you know how long they were cancelled for
No,
each time?
I don't. It's a great question, and I should have looked it up. I don't know.
Okay.
Either way, they're not like the current situation where it's just normal. Not even close to the current situation. You can take the time for a court case right now. If you don't, it's not like there's any immigrant that if you don't get them out of the country today as opposed to tomorrow,
then public safety is gone.
Public safety is laid waste to. There's no situation like that. Okay, so it makes no sense to suspend habeas corpus in this current situation.
And here I was, fooled by Steve Miller's smoke screen of the word privilege and Supreme Court.
Yeah.
He had me fooled.
Well, we'll come back to him. And you've already identified the next point I want to make, the invasion point, his favourite word, invasion.
Yeah.
Let me remind you that now we have a number of courts in America, including those presided over by Trump-appointed judges, that have found there is no invasion going on at the moment. None. To be fair, because unlike Stephen Miller, I'm going to be fair here, there has been one judge who did say the invasion thing was okay.
Whoa.
It happened about 3 days ago in Pennsylvania.
Kind of big in terms of one person.
Yeah. So I mean, look, even that person didn't say, even that judge, this is Stephanie Haynes in, I think, West Pennsylvania, even she didn't say, as a district court, didn't say everything they did is fine. Because they said you still need to give them proper notice before you deport them and give them a chance to challenge with habeas corpus. Even she isn't saying you can suspend habeas corpus. But she was saying the invasion thing, checks out. So she at least trusted them that it's an invasion. Obviously, you're not going to get every single judge in America agreeing. That's why they have appeals courts. That's why they have the Supreme Court. And these are all going to go to the Supreme Court anyway.
Yeah.
But I just want to flag, there has been a judge that agreed with them, and a whole bunch of judges that don't agree with Steve Miller. Okay, it's nothing like an invasion unless you're Stephanie Haynes. Invasions involve attacks. They involve armies. They involve weapons. Not a bunch of migrants looking to pick apples. Okay, that's not what invasions involve. And no matter how many times Stephen Miller calls it an invasion, and let me tell you, that's a lot of times, it doesn't make it legally correct. The fact is, if the existence of illegal immigration and drug smuggling is enough for an invasion, then America is always been invaded. It always has been invaded by that definition, which is ridiculous. Okay. The history, if we look at the history, the founders made it extremely clear that they only saw suspension of habeas corpus as appropriate in the most extreme of emergencies. The suspension, the casual suspension of habeas corpus, actually, if you look at the Declaration of Independence, it's one of the main reasons that they rebelled against England. It was literally the main reason for the American Revolution was the casual suspension of habeas corpus. So they weren't going to just throw it around willy-nilly just whenever some bald dude says, no, get rid of it. That's fine. They weren't going to do that. Okay? Look at the Founding Fathers, look at their discussions, which is what the Supreme Court's going to do. They were not treating habeas corpus casually at all. Very important to them, with good reason. And my favourite bit in that little section we just played then, we're looking at it. You might not remember he said one more time. So we're looking at it. We're looking at it. We're looking. So we? Who's we? Who's we, Steve? Because are you talking the White House? Are you talking like the president and the president's people? Is that what you're talking about, Steve? Because habeas corpus has nothing to do with the White House. Like zero to do with the White House. That's why it's in Article 1 of the Constitution, Steve. And I know you don't know what that is, because you keep pretending you're a lawyer when you're not. But that is the part about Congress's powers. The president is Article 2. Congress is Article 1. It's in Article 1 that talks about suspension of habeas corpus, because for Congress, okay? Congress are the guys who can choose to do that. If they want to be slack, then it's up to Congress to be slack. Not you, Steve. Not you. Now, Steve Miller might know his history enough to go, really? That first example you gave before about the Civil War, who declared the suspension of habeas corpus then? I seem to remember it was Abraham Lincoln, who was not a congressman, he was a president. You're right, Steve. You're right, hypothetical Steve. It was Abraham Lincoln. You're sharper than I thought, hypothetical Steve. But that was because...
Hypothetical Steve is the sharpest of them all.
Yes. That was because Congress was out of session at the time because they were fighting a civil war. And they would be out of session for many months. So Abraham Lincoln took liberties. That's not the situation now. But also, even then, his decision was going to be challenged in court. People at the time were going, hang on, you can't do that as Congress. And it was likely to be overturned if you look back at the history, except Congress finally did get back just before the critical moment. And then they came over the top and passed a statute permitting the suspension of habeas corpus themselves. So they backed Abraham Lincoln up. Otherwise, that was going to court. Right?
How do you like them hypothetical apples?
Yeah.
Hypothetical Steve.
Take that, hypothetical Steve. Anyway, this was all backed up as well. Like, don't take my word for it, or hypothetical Congress from the Civil Wars period word. This is all backed up by the Supreme Court in Hamdi versus Rumsfeld this century. The Constitution Suspension Clause allows Congress to relax the usual protections temporarily. Congress to relax the usual protections temporarily. Absent suspension, however, the executive's assertion of military exigency has not been thought sufficient to permit detention without charge. So Congress can relax the protections, but the executive's assertion of military exigency has not been thought sufficient. That's what the Supreme Court said in Hamdi versus Rumsfeld this century. Maybe Miller thinks, well, that's an old Supreme Court. We can convince the new Supreme Court differently. Maybe. New times? Who knows? After all, it's an emergency. It's an invasion. It's an incursion. I would point to Steve and hypothetical Steve, both of them, this academic paper from a few years back that reads, allow me to quote the paper, Congress alone can suspend the writ. Congress alone can suspend the writ. The executive cannot declare himself authorized to detain in violation of civil rights. That sounds definitive. And that paper was written by Neil Katyal and Amy Coney Barrett. So I think Stevie Boy might be in strife there. That was what Dave flagged way back. That we're going to revisit another Supreme Court.
I was wondering when that would come in.
There we go. All right, let's hear more from Steve.
Look, a lot of it depends on whether the courts do the right thing or not.
Hey, hold that there. If Miller had a 1% chance of winning this case, and I'm not sure he did, that's when he lost the 1%. Right there in that 4 seconds. A lot of it depends on whether the courts do the right thing or not, he says. He is saying, let's just translate that. He is saying that they will only need to suspend habeas corpus if the courts rule the way that he doesn't want them to, right? He's saying if they rule the way we want to, we don't have to suspend habeas corpus. If they rule the wrong way, though, we will have to suspend habeas corpus. I'll just read you the quote again. A lot of it depends on whether the courts do the right thing or not.
Oh.
So he's saying if the courts rule the right way,
the right way being
his way, then they don't have to suspend habeas corpus.
Mm.
But if the courts rule the wrong way, then they do have to suspend habeas corpus. That's what he just said. That's literally what he just said. That's not how it works. You suspend habeas corpus when the public safety requires it. That's what the Constitution says. Mm. If all that's required for public safety is for the courts to rule the way you want them to, then you need to use another remedy when they rule the wrong way. Because the court's decisions have nothing to do with the suspension of habeas corpus. All that matters is in the Constitution that the public safety requires it. The whole point of the suspension clause is that the judicial review itself is a problem. That's why you suspend habeas corpus. Not the result. The existence of judicial review must be a problem. You can't have time for judicial review. Buildings are burning. Bombs are going off. No time for a court. That's when you suspend habeas corpus. If you go, buildings burning and bombs are going off, but hey, if the court says that dude's at fault, well then that's cool. No time to find out what the court has to say. That's when you suspend habeas corpus. The fact that Miller is admitting that judicial review is fine as long as the judge agrees with us proves that there is time for judicial review. So dude, you just lost your case. Just there, that 4 seconds, done. By the way, taking the barrister's wig off just for a second, let's call out what Miller just did then in that 4 seconds. That was a rich 4 seconds, Lockie. He threatened judges in that 4 seconds.
He did, didn't
That's
he?
what he did. He
Yeah.
absolutely did. He said, rule my way or we're going to plunge the country into a constitutional crisis. Screw you, Stephen Miller, and hypothetical Stephen Miller. You absolute thugs. Let's keep going.
At the end of the day, Congress passed a body of law known as the Immigration and Nationality Act, which stripped Article 3 courts, that's the judicial branch, of jurisdiction over immigration cases. So Congress actually passed, it's called jurisdiction stripping legislation. It passed a number of laws that say that the Article 3 courts aren't even allowed to be involved in immigration cases. Many of you probably don't know this.
Yeah. A lot of people don't know that. Primarily lawyers don't know that because that is absolute crap. While it's true that the Immigration and Nationality Act does funnel some cases to immigration courts. That's a better way of putting what he just said. It is far from clear that normal courts are not allowed to hear immigration cases. In fact, many normal courts have heard these same cases just in the last few months with no legal issues at all. The government has been trying to run Steve Miller's argument against those cases, and every time they've been slapped down by district court judges, by appeals court judges. They just get slapped down every time. In fact, by the Supreme Court as well. Even if those cases did have to start in immigration courts, even if they did, and they don't, but even if they did, they are explicitly supposed to be appealed in normal courts anyway. That's what it says in the law, that they get appealed in normal courts regardless. So he's talking crap. And just to go back to what I said about the Supreme Court slapped him down as well, remember Judge Boasberg's El Salvador prison case? That was the one where it went all the way to the Supreme Court and they explicitly found 5-4 that the proper method to litigate being sent to El Salvador was through a habeas corpus challenge in a district court. Remember they said Boasberg was the wrong court to challenge in? They had to challenge him in Texas because that's where they had to challenge in Texas because that's where they were being held.
You mean the one that Steve Miller said he won 9-0?
No, that was a different one.
Okay.
That was a different one. He was wrong about that one as well.
Sorry. I'm getting lost in all these Steve cases.
Oh, look, it was the same case,
right?
But different ruling. There were several rulings.
Oh, okay.
There was like a 9-0 bit and there was a 5-4 bit.
Okay.
So just to be clear, sorry. I'm talking the 5-4 bit, not the 9-0 bit.
Ah.
The 5-4 bit, the 9-0 bit was you need due process.
That'll be it.
And that was the one that he said that
he's like, they agreed,
that they
we don't
won
need
somehow.
it.
Yeah, that's right. That was the 9-0 bit. The 5-4 bit
5-4
there was them saying you shouldn't even be in Boasberg's court. You should be in Texas where you're being held, where you were held, and you should have a habeas corpus challenge. That's what they said at the time.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Habeas corpus challenge. Remember, that's what we're talking about now, right? So the Supreme Court explicitly said, when confronted with all these arguments, not only should a normal court hear these cases, but a normal court has to hear these cases. You should. They explicitly said 5-4. You go to a normal court and you have a habeas corpus challenge. That's what you should do when you have the kind of immigration situation. So the Supreme Court disagrees with them as well. Maybe Steve Miller thinks he knows the law better than the Supreme Court does. Didn't go to law school. Maybe the Supreme Court is what Miller refers to as radical rogue judges. I don't know. Anyway, be grateful that Steve Miller is so wrong, because if the writ of habeas corpus is suspended, it's not just suspended for illegal immigrants, you know.
Whoa.
It's suspended for a lot of people. Maybe you.
Whoa.
That is when America becomes a genuine police state, which would probably suit Stevie Miller to a T.
That's huge.
It is huge. This is why I've taken the big run up.
Wow.
No, this is huge. Like, don't fuck around with habeas corpus.
And yet so seemingly obvious. I should have clued on earlier.
That is the fundamental tenet of the law. Don't fuck around with habeas corpus. Like, it's where all the law starts. Okay?
I assume it's what they do in Law School 101.
It's
Stephen
pretty much.
didn't go to that class.
No, he did not.
Whoa.
Yeah. So how much of a threat is this from Steve Miller? How seriously should we take this? I think this is a genuine threat that Trump will try it out. I don't think there's any chance that the Supreme Court's going to let him get away with it. There's zero chance. But I think that Trump might give it a go. This was 2 weeks ago.
You mentioned this last night in your speech in Macomb, but we're facing an unprecedented situation where there's a lot of abuses of nationwide injunctions, sort of seemingly designed to curtail your power, specifically when it comes to deporting these illegal, violent aliens that came in under the previous administration. Yeah. Have you spoken to your team about ways to mitigate this and continue to deliver for the American people on that aspect?
There are ways to mitigate it, and there's some very strong ways. There's one way that's been used by 3 very highly respected presidents, but we hope we don't have to go that route. But there is one way that has been used very successfully by 3 presidents, all highly respected. And hopefully we don't have to go that way. But there are ways of mitigating that.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, used by 3 presidents. Yeah. Like I said before, Trump clearly doesn't understand the details, but obviously Steve Miller has been wording him up. And he's clearly referring to habeas corpus there, even though he doesn't know the words and he doesn't know the concept.
He doesn't know.
But that's what he's referring to. I can tell you now, Trump is only going to keep on losing cases, especially in this immigration sphere, because his entire agenda is lawless, especially in this immigration sphere. So I think it's on the cards. He could just lose his patience and just try and just go for the throat.
It's hitting the nuclear button, but it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
And when he does, we have a constitutional crisis because the Supreme Court is going to say no, and then what's Trump going to do? Like, then we're in uncharted territory. And remember, what Trump's going to want at that point in time, when the Supreme Court says no, he's going to want to get bailed out by the Congress. Because remember, in the Constitution, it says the Congress, the Congress are the ones to actually suspend habeas corpus.
Yeah.
So what Congress going to do? This is what Senator John Barrasso has to say about it all.
The Constitution says that habeas corpus may not be suspended, quote, unless when in cases of rebellion or invasion. Would you vote to suspend habeas corpus since the power does ultimately lie with Congress?
The president has said he will follow the law. The president says if he disagrees with the law, that he will appeal those things. The president was elected and he won every one of the battleground states on promising to secure the border and bring safety back to our communities. That's exactly what he is doing. People do not want to live with MS-13 gang members in their communities. The Democrats lost the election because they opened the borders to 10 million illegal immigrants, including members of criminal cartels, drug dealers, gang members. That's what the election was about. And the president has now seen judges, district judges, radical district judges, using their courts to set national standards on making it harder for the president to deport individuals, criminals, and I stand with the president.
And yet, Senator, just to put a fine point on this, I want to know what you would do. Would you vote to suspend habeas corpus if this were brought before Congress? Ultimately, this power lies with Congress.
The president said he is going to follow the law. He was on with you last week. He said he has great respect for the Supreme Court. He said he expects the Attorney General to do the right thing, and I expect that the president will.
Oh, my.
They actually went for a 3rd round as well.
Are you for real?
Yeah, except for I just couldn't do it to you. That was too painful. Nice evasion there, Senator Barrasso. No one would have noticed you were evading the question. What a profile in courage Senator Barrasso is. This is why I keep on saying the fundamental problem in America keeps on being Congress. Yeah, they are the problem. He should have just said no. End of story. But no, he's clearly weak. He's clearly scared. Congress are not going to vote to suspend habeas corpus, right? They're not going to get the numbers. But they're good, like Murkowski's not going to vote for it and stuff like that. They're not going to get there. But if they get damn close because of Republicans like him, that just exacerbates the constitutional crisis. Yeah.
Wow.
So let's just. I predict this is going to be a thing. That's not tomorrow, but like I said, there's a lot of escalation to come yet. Maybe in 3 or 4 months. Well, we'll see. Yeah.
Wow.
Let's move on. It's a greener pastures. Bit of correspondence. Daniel's got some Ukraine correspondence for us. This is quite old, but it still stands, so I thought I'd share it. Thought you might find this interesting regarding the Russian military spending. It's been widely reported, including on PEP, that Russia's military spending exceeds all of Europe combined when adjusted for purchasing power. However, the two figures used in the comparison only adjust the Russian number for purchasing power, whereas the all of Europe figure is just the nominal amount. So in fact, when both the European and the Russian numbers are adjusted for purchasing power, Russia's military spending does not exceed all of Europe's. That being said, it's still very big and is estimated as still being bigger than the largest nations of Germany, France, and the UK combined. It's also pointed out that if Europe did go to war with Russia, that Russia would have a big advantage given their proximity to an eastern front line. Compared to the UK and France, for example, that they would have to use more resources deploying their respective militaries to an eastern front. The Europeans' technology is also theoretically much more advanced, but it's pointed out that this advantage would be diminished in a war of attrition, specifically given how expensive high-tech equipment is to produce. And so when any high-tech equipment is lost, it has a much slower rate of replacement. All the credit for this goes to Anders Puck Nielsen, a Dutch military analyst who puts out really insightful YouTube videos as well as a newsletter. And he sent me a link and I watched it. It was great. So Anders Puck Nielsen, if you're interested in more of that kind of information, that's really why I saved it, because I thought he's pretty good. Anders Puck Nielsen.
Link in the homework?
Yeah, let's put a link in the homework.
Link in the homework.
Yeah, cool. Just a little update while we're talking about this. I've told you before about how Putin's trying to capture as much land as he possibly can before peace negotiations conclude, because he wants to limit the amount of captured land he needs to trade with Ukraine. And right now he's slowly taking back the Russian land that Zelensky took from him. Zelensky knows Putin's trying to delay the end of the war, and he knows that Trump wants to wrap it up. So Zelensky is taking every opportunity to talk about ceasefires. He knows Putin doesn't want that right now. And Trump's been trying to pretend it isn't obvious what's going on, even though it is obvious. We saw another iteration of that this week. Trump truths out. President Putin of Russia doesn't want to have a ceasefire agreement with Ukraine, but rather wants to meet on Thursday in Turkey to negotiate a possible end to the bloodbath. Ukraine should agree to this immediately. At least they will be able to determine whether or not a deal is possible, and if it's not, European leaders in the US will know where everything stands and can proceed accordingly. And Zelensky has responded quite rapidly to that with, "We await a full and lasting ceasefire starting from tomorrow to provide the necessary basis for diplomacy. There is no point in prolonging the killings, and I will be waiting for Putin in Turkey on Thursday. Personally, I hope that this time the Russians will not look for excuses."
Just to emphasize that I'll be waiting for Putin in Turkey on Thursday, full stop, personally, full stop.
Yes, good point. Personally, good point. Yeah, and I hope this time the Russians will not look for excuses. Clever bit of foreshadowing from Zelensky, because he knew there was no way Putin was going to go through with that meeting. Then at a news conference, Putin surprised everyone by saying, "We are committed to serious negotiations with Ukraine to remove the root causes of the conflict. I do not exclude that during these negotiations it will be possible to agree on some new ceasefire." Now, he's saying it's about removing the root causes, and I have told you that that's code before for Russia saying we don't want Ukraine to have any army, and we don't want Zelensky to be president, and a whole bunch of conditions. Right? We don't want Europe to defend Ukraine,
NATO,
no NATO. Like there's all kinds of code for root causes of the conflict, but nevertheless, Putin was suggesting, let's get chatting. And Trump starts getting excited in response to this. He truths out, "A potentially great day for Russia and Ukraine. Think of the hundreds of thousands of lives that will be saved. This never-ending bloodbath hopefully comes to an end. It'll be a whole new world and much better world. I will continue to work with both sides to make sure that happens. The USA wants to focus instead on rebuilding and trade. A big week upcoming." Then, of course, Putin goes back to delay, which he will choose every time if he can. I'm going to read you some of the responses from some of his lackeys just to give you the vibe.
Are these the excuses that...
They might be. They might be. First of all, Deputy Speaker of the Federation Council, Konstantin Kosachev, said this. This is pure spectacle. This is comedy. Because high-level meetings, especially in such a difficult situation, are definitely not organised this way. Kosachev cited the example of the development of a potential meeting between Russia and US Presidents Putin and Trump, noting that the parties are approaching this issue very carefully and they're not in a hurry because an unprepared meeting is worse than its absence. Zelensky could remember this from his own sad experience when a meeting with President Trump in the White House in February that was not properly prepared ended up in a complete fiasco for him.
Ooh, burn.
Yeah. Kosachev explained that with such statements, Zelensky is trying to shift the blame onto Russia, accusing it of alleged inability to negotiate. Zelensky absolutely does not need a meeting with the Russian president now. He should be afraid of this meeting. And I'm sure that he is afraid of it because, as Mr. Trump quite correctly says, he has no trump cards. As they say, in his soul, this is true. Zelensky is in a disgusting situation. And the deputy chair of the Federation Council's Foreign Affairs Committee, Vladimir Zhabarov, said Zelensky hadn't even been invited to Istanbul in the first place. Who invited him to Istanbul? Does he really think our president would meet personally with someone who has blood on his hands, who betrayed the memory of the great heroism of both the Ukrainians and the entire Soviet people, the heroism of his own grandfather? Who is he that we should sit down with him at the negotiating table? So they're trying to shit all over him. Zelensky still goes to Turkey as promised. Russia sends a group of second-string diplomats. Not even important foreign affairs people. Russia's foreign minister, meantime, Sergei Lavrov, while he didn't turn up, he did send his regards by saying that Zelensky was pathetic for demanding Putin attend the peace talks and that he was a clown and a loser.
Wow.
So how do you think Trump reacts when Zelensky is clearly bending over backwards to get this meeting happening and Russia are treating it as an excuse to kick Zelensky around? This is how he responds.
Mr. President, are you disappointed in the level of the delegation that the Russians sent to Turkey?
I don't know anything about it. I'm not disappointed in anything. Who are you from?
BBC News.
I'm not disappointed. What would I be disappointed? We just took in $4 trillion, and he says, are you disappointed about a delegation? I know nothing about a delegation. I haven't even checked. Look, nothing's going to happen until Putin and I get together, okay? And obviously he wasn't going to go. He was going to go, but he thought I was going to go. He wasn't going if I wasn't there. And I don't believe anything's going to happen, whether you like it or not, until he and I get together. But we're going to have to get it solved because too many people are dying.
So, yeah, he didn't seem too bothered about it to me. He seemed quite blasé about the whole thing, actually. So it seems like the game plan is going to continue. That's the update. Lesotho Correspondence from Aussie Uncle Phil. We speculated last week about whether Starlink would be leaning on third world countries like Lesotho for a payday. Phil says, quick bit of research, Lesotho has broadband. You can get fibre to the home at up to 150 megabits per second, and 50% of the population has internet access. I guess Starlink would be an option for the remote villages, but it'd have to be 100% subsidised, he says. There you go. Just so you know what the internet situation is in Lesotho. I know Elon Musk is a pepper, so that'll be interesting for him. And because you were so nice there, Phil, I'm going to answer a question you asked in some detail. Phil asks, when did the right switch from being anti-Semitic to anti-Semitic? The Jews used to be the architects of the Great Replacement theory. Remember Musk's The Actual Truth tweet? Backed by Soros, was the dog whistle to the Jewish conspiracy with the left to eat babies and destroy white people. Okay, the skinheads and neo-Nazis still hate them, but they're also on the right. And the left now are supposed to be the anti-Semites. What gives? Why? When did this change? I know everyone in the US was always pro-Israel with all the cognitive dissonance that requires, but how and why did it flip? I'll give you a serious answer, assuming that's not a rhetorical question, Phil. I mean, obviously this is more complicated than I'm going to present, but in the Trump era, we've seen a real rise in what they call whataboutism. And for those who don't know what that is, it didn't used to be nearly as big a thing as it is now. It was certainly Trump's go-to tactic early, and Republicans these days have completely absorbed it. And what it is when you defend yourself by pointing to something that can pass as an example of the other side doing the same thing. You say, oh, you're dirty. Oh yeah, well, what about the time that you played soccer in the mud? Like, just bring up something else. It doesn't need to be from the same person. So you're not necessarily pointing out actual hypocrisy. It can just be from two people on the vaguely the same side. Or at least who can be construed as being on the same side. It doesn't even need to be really related. It just needs to feel like a vague equivalent. And then you don't need to defend yourself. You just distract them and then you run away. That's the technique. Okay. There's always been anti-Semitism on both sides of the political fence. It really wasn't a partisan thing originally. But then in the mid-10s, in the Gamergate troll era, the trolls really went hard on play acting as Nazis to shock people. That was one of their favourite tricks, right?
Yeah.
And that was at the same time as real Nazis were beginning to make a comeback online. Around the mid-10s is when we saw the growth in sort of this Nazi sector of online. And the two really became blurry. When are they joking? When are they not joking? It wasn't entirely clear at times. The trolling community was quite prolific at that point in time. And they also loved Trump. And so suddenly you had this large base of Trumps. Certainly his most energetic support base, who were deeply anti-Semitic, either as a joke or for real. And realistically, the difference was impossible to tell.
Yeah.
It was very blurry.
Yeah.
All right. Then we had Charlottesville, when everything came to a head. That was, if you recall, like June in Trump's first year. It was very early on. And hardcore violent anti-Semitism took center stage. For the first time, it became a huge liability for Trump. There was a blinding hot white light flashing on anti-Semitism at that moment. And here were some obvious Trump supporters pushing it publicly. Jews will not replace us, they chanted in Charlottesville. And someone died. So that really focused people. And we go, okay, this killed someone. At the same time, the Democrats came up with a great verbaling of Trump. From a political strategy point of view, it's great. I mean, I've never liked this, but it worked so well. When they suggested that he said there were fine people on both sides, which was such a misrepresentation of what he said, which was, what he was saying was that there are good people and bad people on both sides. Like he said, he said, he was saying, on the left had good people and they had violent people. The right had good people who were just trying to protest about statues. That's why they were there. They wanted statues and only statues. And then there were bad people who were Nazis and racists and all that kind of stuff. That's what he was trying to say.
But it was misrepresented to say
there were good people on the Nazi side.
Yeah. So some of the Nazis were great people.
I definitely remember that messaging.
Yeah. And Trump was most definitely not saying any of the Nazis were decent people. He was saying the guys who came for statues were decent people, and they weren't the Nazis. Okay, so he was misrepresented, but it worked a treat, and everyone was saying that. It worked on almost everyone, because of course with Trump, as always, he wasn't very clear. Okay, so that was everywhere at the time, and worst of all, every time someone went on the internet, they could find examples of Trump supporters being hideously anti-Semitic. Because all these,
whether as a joke or whether genuinely.
Exactly.
Wow.
And so at the time, yeah, exactly. So at the time, he was in a lot of trouble because anti-Semitism was really on the nose. It was really being focused on. He was being pinned to saying that there were some fine people who were anti-Semites, and there were just constantly anti-Semitic Trump supporters popping up online. So it was a bad time for Trump. He was really bleeding and he knew it. So of course Trump and then his supporters did what they always do. They turned to whataboutism, his favorite tactic. Any example of left-wing anti-Semitism at that point in time, anything they could find that was vaguely left-wing anti-Semitism, they highlighted the hell out of it.
Makes it a totally clean slate for you.
And they pushed it as hard as they could.
Whoa.
And it really became a thing for the right in 2018 and 2019 to get super righteous about anti-Semitism. Like that, it was kind of a hangover from that period. And it was originally about defending Trump, but before long, it just became part of their culture. That they were really, really big on highlighting anti-Semitism in particular.
We started doing that in Australia.
Yes. Of course, this didn't end all anti-Semitism on the right. Far from it. There's still anti-Semitism on the right, but the parts of the right that weren't Nazi adjacent really made a thing out of hunting for anti-Semitism, especially when it was from the left. And then in that context is when October 7 happened, and suddenly there are examples everywhere of left-wing anti-Semitism for right-wingers to point to. And at that point in time, they were really warmed up and they really knew what they were doing. People like Elise Stefanik were in seventh heaven, just going around, just going, yeah, anti-Semite, anti-Semite, anti-Semite. And the Republicans grabbed it and they ran with it. And that's where we are today. So that's kind of how it happened. So I think that is actually in response to, in particular, the neo-Nazi movement in 2015-ish, leading through to Charlottesville. It's the backlash.
It's been a long story to get
from
here.
the right.
Yeah.
To try and defend Trump at first, and then just making it part of what they do. That's what I think. But yeah, I have no proof. That's just my theory, Phil, of how that happened. Trans correspondence. Emma asks, she tells, quick pointer that may not be relevant, but I'm a trans woman here in Australia. I've never been diagnosed with gender dysphoria. Because last week I said, people were diagnosed with gender dysphoria in the trans military thing.
Pointed out by the military. Yeah.
They're going to be trans, I said. More and more in the modern age of informed consent, HRT, hormone replacement therapy, no diagnosis of anything is required as long as you know the risks and your doctor thinks you're sound of mind. You can take hormone replacement therapy. This is definitely not the case everywhere, but it's applicable to some US states. Of course, though, the Trump gender dysphoria military ban is clearly specifically targeting trans people and is incredibly shameful, but I thought I'd give you some more insight into the trans experience. So there you go. You don't have to be diagnosed with gender dysphoria to be trans. So there. Arrested judge correspondence from Kelly. Chaz, in your last PEP with Elle, you said you had no problem with judges being arrested if they're actually obstructing justice. You said it doesn't matter if you think it's an unfair law. The law's the law, and that's what the rule of law means. I see where you're coming from. I respect the opinion. However, it sure feels to me that the current government is demonising anyone whose first language is Spanish by accusing them of being a gang member. And we know the government's defying court orders, ignoring due process, rushing people into foreign prisons to be abused, cruelty for cruelty's sake. Under these circumstances, when I hear a judge was harbouring an alleged/accused member of Trinidad, what I really hear is a judge was helping out a Spanish speaker. And to me, the whole thing feels like the judge was a German accused of harbouring a Jew in Nazi Germany. Surely, when the government's authoritarian, abusive and lawless, define the government is heroic, isn't it? I wonder if you think I'm overreacting and or if you think the law trumps personal moral judgments like that. Phil actually responded in a way I agree with, so I'm going to read that part of his response and then I'll elaborate. Phil said, Chaz didn't say the people weren't heroic. He just said if you break the law, you can get arrested and charged and found guilty. That's exactly why civil disobedience is a potentially powerful thing. The risk of being punished for something that the population sees as right, hopefully influencing them to stand up for themselves. His point was that it's not arresting judges that's the bad thing here, it's arresting them on dubious charges. A society is really screwed when arrests change from lawful to arbitrary. I agree with everything he said there, but I'll elaborate. People are saying that this Judge Dugan situation where she got arrested is a police state gone wild, that they're arresting a judge. That's what they're saying. I'm saying there is nothing wrong with arresting a judge if the judge has actually committed a crime. That is not a horrific occurrence. That's what should happen. Now, if the judge is protesting an injustice, then I totally respect the judge for protesting that injustice. But it doesn't get her off the hook. If she breaks the law, she breaks the law. If she committed a crime, she should face justice just like anyone else would. She shouldn't get special treatment because she's a judge. If you want to protest that same concept, you shouldn't go to jail. But if a judge does it, the judge doesn't go to jail. The fact that it's a judge shouldn't make any difference whatsoever. That's how the rule of law is meant to work. In fact, she might even inspire a change in the law if there's enough of a fuss. I mean, look, if the outcome is unjust, by the way, that's why pardons exist. But if the outcome is unjust, then that's good for her cause. She'll get more attention. And they might change the law. That's how change happens. That would be, her facing the music would undoubtedly be the best way to advance her cause and strengthen the rule of law at the same time. So that's my take there. By the way, that's all if she's protesting an injustice. I just took your assumption there and ran with it. But it sounds like the guy she was allegedly trying to help was a bit of a scumbag. Like he bashed women and stuff. Like he's really violent. So not exactly the Schindler's List we're talking about here, right? I suspect that the judge actually wasn't trying to take some stand for justice. I suspect the judge has lost her temper. There was nothing nearly as heroic. But I don't know. Or maybe it's just a misunderstanding because there's a lot of questions that are unanswered about the facts of that case. I found weird. I'm definitely not throwing the book at the judge. I'm just saying the judge has questions to answer and the court is where she should be answering them. Either way, I don't think a legitimate arrest and a conviction is worthy of condemnation. At worst, it's worthy of correction, not condemnation. But a shonky partisan arrest and conviction based on terrible process and dubious evidence, that is something to worry about. That's something I'm worried about. I'm distinguishing between the two. And if it's a second case, then we're worried together. But if it's the first case, I've got other things to worry about. That's my take anyway. So, and by the way, we're out of hourglass. Time to turn the hourglass.
Oh, wow, using the new mechanism.
The new protected hourglass. And I mean, we're not really out of hourglass because it's kind of arbitrary. Although I think actually looking at it, it's damn close to 4 hours actually. Given that we completely messed with the timing when we were installing that thing.
I'm not sure how this is going to look after the edit, depending on how many minutes have been lost, but we're damn well close.
Yeah, we're surprisingly close considering we were fooling around with the hourglass for about half an hour.
Trying to buy back time.
Anyway, final correspondence for this ep. Contempt correspondence. This is a beauty, this one. From David. Why don't the judges in these cases put the officials in contempt? Judge orders them not to fly people out of the country. People get flown out of the country. Why can't a judge say to even a mid-level official, I told you not to do that. You are in contempt of my order. Go to prison until those people are brought back as per my order. That is an excellent question, David.
Thank you, David.
And in fact, Judge Boasberg, the one who you're talking about in this case, that's the Boasberg case you're describing, he is currently in the process of going through the motions of building the case for contempt of court.
Whoa.
So you might get your way. We'll see. I'm going to give you two answers to this question, though. I'm going to give you a direct answer and then a little bonus extra answer. The direct answer is, in the case of Judge Boasberg, who, as I said, you're obviously referring to, he knows if he charges a member of the government with contempt, not the president necessarily, just anyone, a mid-level official, as you say. If he charges a member of the government with contempt, a few things are going to be the case. Number one,
he'll be accused of being an even more liberal left rogue.
Oh yeah, but I think he's prepared for that.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, you're right. No, let's call that number one. Number two, he knows that it will instantly become a massive controversy and he'll be under the microscope of scrutiny like he has never been before. He knows that, number two. Number three, he knows the Trump administration has been teeing up an opportunity to defy the courts since day one. We've all seen the signs. Don't think the judges haven't seen the signs as well. The Trump administration are looking for the most convenient example of overreach that they can use to hold up as Exhibit A of the courts are out of control. That's what they want to do. And when they're handed that opportunity, they will ride that as hard as they can as a means of undermining not that court, the entire
All of
court
them.
system.
Yeah.
And asserting dominance over it because the courts are the only people who are providing resistance to them and they don't want resistance. It will push the country into a legal grey area. We don't know how that will turn out. We will go beyond the Constitution where it's not certain who will win. It could be the most significant constitutional moment in American history when the president and the courts are at a standoff and there's no one to adjudicate.
And that's before habeas corpus gets
That's before.
suspended.
That's right. Yes. Yeah, no, we've got all kinds of concerns coming up. You don't want to enter this grey area that I just described unnecessarily and unprepared. If you're going there, you have to go there and you have to be ready when you go there.
Gee.
So the last thing Boasberg wants to do is to make any sloppy mistakes, right? If he's going to hold them in contempt, he needs to make it stick all the way to the Supreme Court, ideally 9-0. And ideally, his process should be so clear and so watertight that the vast majority of the public support him as well, even when Trump has the soapbox and the megaphone. And Boasberg will never get that megaphone. He still needs to win overwhelmingly because it's only the public that's going to keep Trump in check when we get to that legal grey area where it's Trump versus the courts. It's only the public. So he needs to keep them on side. 3, he knows that many of the people who are judging him in public and in private do not have his interests at heart. And the easiest possible solution for many of the people who will be judging him formally and informally will be for his contempt case to just disappear and for him to be destroyed. That's the easiest case for most people, actually. Just get out of my hair, stop causing worries, and just go away and die.
Yeah.
Like, that's the easiest solution for many people who are going to be judging him. Especially the actual people judging him, the Supreme Court. If he makes one mistake, any mistake, it'll be the end of his case, it'll be the end of his reputation, it'll be the end of his career prospects for life. He knows that. He also knows that Trump is his boss. He's a federal court judge. He works for Trump. He works for the DOJ and then to Trump. Trump can come over the top of him for most of the punishments that he might order. Not all of them, we'll get to that, but most of them, Trump can come over the top and just invalidate those punishments anyway. The only thing that's going to stop Trump from slapping him down is if his order is incredibly popular. Once again, he has to get 100% right. This is all made tougher for him because, remember, the Supreme Court already declared he shouldn't have been hearing this case in the first place. It should have been a habeas corpus case in Texas. You know, that same 5-4 ruling, right? So he's starting behind the 8 ball as far as winning the public over goes because Trump can just say that. Trump just go, you weren't even supposed. The Supreme Court held this is none of your business. Why are you even part of this? Like, so he's starting from way back. He knows it. So what that means is, first, Boasberg has to give the government every possible chance to remedy their violation before he starts this process.
Yeah.
Give them as many avenues as many off-ramps as possible, right? Then if they don't take the off-ramps or they escalate themselves, then he has to be as fair and as reasonable and accommodating as humanly possible. He has to dot every I and cross every T. He has to avoid being baited by Trump's team because they are going to try to bait him because they want him to do something unreasonable that they can use against him. Right?
And all of the courts through him.
Exactly.
Wow.
He has to get all his ducks in a row early, get all the testimony he needs early, all the evidence he needs early, all the procedures he has to follow done early. Because when this case takes off, it's going to move fast. Trump will turn it into a circus like that. So there isn't going to be time for screwing around once it takes off. So he needs to get all those ducks in a row nice and early while no one's paying attention. That's what he's doing now, right? Most importantly, he needs to find the right person to hold in contempt. It's all right for you to say mid-level official. He needs the right mid-level official, right? Because that information is not forthcoming. The government's not just going to hand that over. He needs to work that out himself. And Trump's team are going to do everything they can to delay and obfuscate and deny information about what happened behind the scenes. It's going to be like pulling teeth. They're going to declare national security. They're going to declare presidential privilege. They're going to say whatever they can to stop him getting information, right? And he absolutely cannot get that person wrong. That is a fatal error if he gets the person wrong, right? So even if he wants to hold Trump or one of his underlings in contempt, and he may well, even if he's hell bent on it, and he's just got he's got a real hard on for it, he's just desperate to do it. It'll take some time. It'll take a lot of time, no matter how desperate he is to do it. Right? It'll probably take years. And he may well not want to take the chance. He may well not want to do that. It would be a gutsy move. But I'm just saying, either way, David, it's going to be a long time coming for all the reasons I just said. That's the direct answer. Now, the extra answer is it's actually not as cut and dry as you might think. Now, what I just read was not cut and dry. But the easy answer people give, if people weren't giving the kind of answer I just gave you, what they would often say is, well, what's the point of him holding them in contempt? Trump would just pardon them. This is a federal court, so Trump can pardon any sentence from a federal court. So hold them in contempt?
Yeah.
Trump pardons them.
Gone.
What's the point?
Yeah.
This is the extra bit for you. The judge actually has way more options than that. It's true the judge, when holding someone in contempt, would normally fine them or imprison them, and Trump can pardon that. That's true. Furthermore, if the judge orders the US Marshals to seize that person's funds or to take them into custody, the Attorney General can order the US Marshals not to do that.
Oh, wow.
Because the Marshals, they work for the DOJ, for the Attorney General. But here's the interesting bit, which a lot of people don't realise. The Marshals can't lawfully defy federal courts. Even though they're supposedly under the authority and direction of the Attorney General, according to their governing statute, the law that governs them, their primary role and mission is to provide for the security and to obey, execute, and enforce all orders of the federal courts. Also, they're required by their governing law to execute all lawful writs, process, and orders issued under the authority of the United States and command all necessary assistance to execute its duties. So if the president or AG orders the Marshals, to not do what the judge said, if their orders conflict with their statutory obligation to enforce court orders, the Constitution demands they follow the law, which is to do what the judge says. Their oath, the Marshals, is to, quote, support and defend the Constitution of the United States, not to support the president or the Attorney General. So the president theoretically won't win a standoff over the US Marshals with the district court judge. The lowly district court judge should win in a standoff against the president when it comes to US Marshals. But
That's if it gets that far.
Yeah, and these are human beings. They might ignore might ignore the judge, and then it goes to court and all the rest of it, right? Let's just ignore the marshals for a second. There are actually, even forgetting the marshals, there are other options available still.
For Boasberg.
He can convict them of contempt and put off sentencing until after the president leaves office. That's simple.
Smart.
When the next president comes, then they can cut sick. Now, that's not going to, they can't imprison the president because he's going to be immune, but whoever the mid-level official is in strife.
Yeah.
He can refer them for criminal contempt proceedings and then just leave it, knowing that the next DOJ will carry out that referral.
Hopefully,
yeah. Like if it's a Democratic DOJ, yeah. Or he can sentence them, and if the president defies his orders, then the next president can just carry them out anyway. The orders are still there. But there's more options. He can punish them in ways that the president can't even overrule. Federal courts have full authority, for instance, over which lawyers are admitted to practice before them. So Boasberg can bar their lawyers, or the Attorney General for that matter, or anyone from his courtroom. He can refer the government lawyers to the state bar, which can strip them of their license to practice law altogether. That's what happened to Trump's January 6th lawyer, John Eastman. He got stripped by a California court. The rule is an attorney may be disqualified when the attorney clearly views compliance with court orders with which she does not agree as optional, a stance incompatible with our judicial system. They can also impose litigation-related limitations on the government, like, say, they can impose a preclusion or a waiver, and in some cases they could just end the case right then and there and issue a default judgment. Just go, you know what? Screw you, you lost. Just leave it at that. They can do that. So there are other options for Boasberg other than to directly clash with Trump. But most of the options that you want involve directly clashing with Trump. So that's a lengthy answer for you, but I think it was a great question, so I wanted to give a great answer.
Nice.
There you go. Look, we've probably done enough. I was going to do a couple of updates. I'll do 2 quick updates and then let's get out of here. I'll save the Medicaid update for next week.
Sure.
Because we'll talk about Congress next week. Remember Ramesa Ozturk? She was that PhD student who appeared to be having her student visa revoked because she wrote a very boring op-ed in a student newspaper.
Still no Ozturk Challenger completions.
No one has accepted the Ozturk challenge. Or as the State Department put it in court, the Department of Homeland Security has determined she was involved in associations that may undermine US foreign policy by creating a hostile environment for Jewish students and indicating support for a designated terrorist organization, including co-authoring an op-ed that found common cause with an organization that was later temporarily banned from campus. That's a lot of words to say you've got nothing. The Second Circuit Appeals Court panel heard those arguments. One day later, they unanimously rejected those arguments. They ordered Ozturk be transferred back to Vermont immediately on bail, as did the district court before them. The district court judge, William Sessions, originally said there has been no evidence that's been introduced by the government other than the op-ed. I mean, that literally is the case. There is no evidence here as the motivation absent the consideration of the op-ed. So we're wondering if that was really all they had. And in fact, it was really all they had. And
literally.
I'm glad that the courts just said no. So
that's nice.
It is nice. So that's an update for you.
And an end.
Yeah.
Presumably?
No. She's on bail. They're going to have a proper case.
Oh, okay.
This is all preliminary.
Oh, mate. It's not an end. Oh,
this will go forever. Like she'll presumably win.
Sucks
she'll
for
presumably
her.
win the case because it's so obvious.
Yeah.
And then the government's going to appeal. It'll end up in the Supreme Court next year. Yeah. Yeah. And one more update. Greenland update. We haven't heard from Greenland for a while.
Oh, I forgot are they buying it? What's going on?
Well, I'll tell you. There's a Wall Street Journal story about this, which you may or may not be familiar with. Apparently, Tulsi Gabbard, as well as other high-ranking officials, issued an interesting direction last week to intelligence agency chiefs. For those who weren't watching last week, I'm using this voice now for Tulsi Gabbard. This, aren't you a dubious individual voice? Because I'm kind of down on the fact that she was caught completely lying about what intelligence said last week about Venezuela and Trinidad and their connection, their alleged connection, which the intelligence agencies that she is meant to be our translator for said that there was no connection, and then she said that they said there was a connection.
Yep.
When that wasn't public, and she thought she could hide it from the public. But then it was a freedom of information petition, and it came out, and it showed that she was a massive liar and completely betrayed her oath of office. So now I'm using this voice, this happy voice. Okay. Now, Tulsi Gabbard, as well as other high-ranking officials, she issued interesting direction, like I said, to intelligence agency chiefs. They were supposed to conduct a spy campaign on Greenland. This was last week. They issued what's called a collection emphasis message. Now, if you're like me, you haven't heard of that phrase before. That is a high priority objective involving surveillance satellites, intercepting electronic communications, and possibly even agents on the ground. Okay? It's a lot. For those who remember the Will Smith movie, Enemy of the State, from 1998, it's all the above. Everything except for when the goons, the tech goons, were sitting in front of their computers and the image from the CCTV was a bit blurry, and the guy said, enhance. And all of a sudden they made a sharp image, which would be impossible now. But it was definitely impossible in 1998. Maybe with AI you could pull that off, but it would still be imagining it rather than actually enhancing the image.
Enhance, then forward frame by frame.
And they have everything from any of the state except for enhanced technology.
Tulsi Gabbard's got the enhanced technology.
Yeah, she certainly does. Enhance my bullshit. Anyway, and what they were looking for was information about Greenland's independence movement, as well as an examination of local attitudes regarding American resource extraction. They also wanted agencies to identify individuals who are living in Greenland and Denmark who support the Trump administration's goals for the island. The good news for them is that would have been a short search.
I was going to say, just find anyone.
Now that is something you need enhanced technology for. Doesn't seem to be anyone. Enhance. Apparently, this Greenland order went out to the CIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, the National Security Agency, and just to be clear, these guys, they're not playing around, right? One intelligence official told Wall Street Journal that because collection resources are inherently limited, they're typically only used for perceived threats, not used for allied countries at all. So the instruction would only have come because Trump pushed them hard to do it. He's clearly dead serious about squeezing Denmark and Greenland. Like, we have not heard the end of this, even though it's been a few months where there's been things like Trump behind the scenes
is really wanting
is
them.
pulling out the spooks. He's saying, go for it. I want all information.
Find anyone wearing a red hat.
Yeah. So this is, once again, he's got 3.5 years to pursue this. He's serious. We are going to hear about this again. I should say, Tulsi Gabbard was not happy with this leak at all. She said, the Wall Street Journal should be ashamed of aiding deep state actors who seek to undermine the president by politicizing and leaking classified information. They're breaking the law and undermining our nation's security and democracy. Undermining the president by politicizing and leaking classified information. I believe that's what they call a confirmation. Thank you, Tulsi, for confirming the story. You gotta love the way, though, Tulsi Gabbard. So I'll put my voice back on. Gotta love the way Tulsi Gabbard, who was so about transparency and fighting the deep state before. You remember she went to the mat during her confirmation about Snowden. She loves Snowden. All right? And now she's all about arresting leakers when they expose her secrets and her lies. she literally almost didn't get confirmed because of this Snowden thing. Like because I think it was it Todd Murphy? No, he's a spinner. Whoever the Indiana senator is, Todd someone or other. That is why I need Dave. I know you don't know that.
No.
It's someone who isn't Todd Murphy, the spinner from Victoria. Anyway, some Indiana senator was pressing her so hard about Snowden. She was just refusing to take it back. And yet now she's all about locking people up and throwing away the key. By the way, for what it's worth, this is Trump talking about Greenland only 2 weeks ago. Note the difference between what he says about Canada and what he says about Greenland.
I asked you if you would rule out military force to take Greenland, and you said no, you don't rule out anything. Would you rule out military force to take Canada?
Well, I think we're not going to ever get to that point. It could happen. Something could happen with Greenland. I'll be honest. We need that for national and international security.
But not with
I think
Canada?
it's highly unlikely. I don't see it with Canada. I just don't see it. I have to be honest with you.
You are not ruling out military force to take Greenland.
I don't rule it out. I don't say I'm going to do it, but I don't rule out anything. No, not there. We need that. We need Greenland very badly. Greenland is a very small amount of people, which we'll take care of and we'll cherish them and all of that. But we need that for international security. Do you know, we have Russian boats and we have Chinese boats, gunships all over the place, aircraft carriers, gunships, going up and down the coast of Greenland. We need that to be protected. Internationally, we need it.
So you are willing to send U.S. troops to claim a sovereign territory?
I didn't say that. You asked me a question. Would you? Is there a circumstance? It could happen. I doubt it will, but it certainly could happen with respect to Greenland.
Okay, so if you're in Canada, you can feel pretty reassured about that. But if you're in Greenland and Denmark, I'd be very nervous about that grab. Very nervous indeed.
Jeez.
Yeah. Okay. Look, we've been going long enough. I'm going to save the rest for another time. Lucky, thank you very much. Is there anything you'd like to share before we move on?
No, I've got nothing. I've never got anything. Nothing to share. I'm an open book. The Peppers know all about me already.
They certainly do. They certainly do. Can you share one fact you haven't already shared about ray gun? Your ex-lecturer.
An organization that I worked for prior to taking this job with Chaz that Dave mentioned earlier in this pod.
Pedestrian.
That's how I refer to them too. 3 months, no, not even that. Just barely before Raygun became the least popular Australian in the world and the least popular athlete ever, Pedestrian gave her the Pedestrian Award for Sports Person of the Year.
Really?
Yep.
Have they ever revisited that since?
News.com revisited it, and then all of the footage seemed to disappear.
The thing I love about this, Lockie, is I love the way you're tying your mast to PEP and just burning the bridge of your previous employer by sharing with us that information. You're backing us hard. I like that, Lockie. Thank you very much. And if the seat gets a bit hot, we've got some seat cushions, thanks to Neil. Anyway, thank you very much, folks. We will see you in a week's time. No midweek pep. One super long pep a week is fine. Till then, stay peppy.